In the frozen hellscape known as the White Wasteland, a terrifying race thrives. They are the barbarians, fierce, unyielding bastards born in the ice. Feasting solely on the raw flesh of beasts, they possess strength that defies logic. These warriors can rip high-ranking monsters limb from limb with nothing but their bare hands. Their very presence strikes madness into the hearts of men. And now, our protagonist has awakened in this brutal world, trapped within the body of one of these savage titans. He has essentially become a living god of destruction, possessing Saitama-level power. A single punch from him obliterates monsters and shatters mountains into dust. After years of tolerating their primitive ignorance, his patience finally snaps. Desperate for intelligent conversation, he abandons his tribe to find just one sane human being. But who in their right mind would dare trespass into this frozen graveyard of monsters? Against all odds, a luxurious noble carriage cuts through the blizzard, surrounded by a nervous escort squad. One mercenary chatters through his teeth, cursing the bitter cold. The blonde captain, a mountain of muscle, scoffs and tells him to bundle up or prepare for a frozen death. Another guard voices his regret, arguing that no amount of gold is worth this suicide mission across the wasteland. The captain silences the dissent instantly. He reminds them cold-heartedly that they signed the contract with their eyes open. They had underestimated the hellish reality of the North. Inside the carriage, an elderly butler turns to the young noblewoman of the Akasha family with concern. Lady Melina confirms she is fine, even as the desperate cries of freezing guards penetrate the carriage walls. The butler bristles at their lack of discipline, but Melina halts his scolding. She knows these men volunteered for a death march, and they deserve some grace. She even suggests letting them warm up inside, but the old man refuses flatly. He reminds her that letting their guard down in this white hell is a fatal mistake. When Melina asks if he fears the monsters roaming the snow, the truth comes out. The butler shakes his head and recounts the chilling legend of the conqueror emperor who once sought to rule the world. That ambitious ruler marched into the White Wasteland with an invincible army, determined to bring the ice under his dominion. He vanished for decades. When he finally returned to his fallen empire, he was alone, holding nothing but a wooden stick. The once great ruler had lost his sanity. He raved about the monsters that swarmed the land like locusts. But his true terror wasn't the beasts. It was the barbarians. The butler quickly adds that it is likely just a myth, a madman's rambling. Melina disagrees. The Emperor's warnings carry weight, especially since every monster he described has been proven to exist. The air in the carriage grows heavy as they debate the legend. While no one has confirmed the barbarians' existence, the eccentric explorer Euron recorded countless terrifying tales about them. Suddenly, the captain signals a halt. His sharp eyes lock onto a silhouette emerging from the blizzard. Through the blinding snow, he assesses the threat. He delivers the good news first. The approaching figure is human-sized. The bad news, he cannot tell if it is a lost traveler or one of the legendary nightmares mentioned in the myths. The figure steps closer. Instead of roaring, the barbarian speaks with shocking politeness, explaining he is just taking a stroll to escape his annoying neighbors. Tal admits he never expected to find outsiders in this frozen wasteland. A genuine, unnerving smile spreads across his face. He casually asks if this is a merchant convoy and if the armed men are hired muscle. When the captain nods, the ashen-skinned warrior offers a piece of advice: turn back now, but Kettle laughs, knowing they are too stubborn to listen. He then shifts his gaze to the carriage. Sensing the VIP inside, the soldiers are frozen with fear, unable to speak. That is when the barbarian drops a bombshell: he wants a job. The captain blinks, confused. Kettle repeats himself slowly. He is offering to escort them safely through the monster-infested snow. The captain's mind races, struggling to process the situation. A living legend, a monster in human skin, is asking for a paycheck. He asks if Kettle intends them harm. The barbarian scoffs, casually noting that if he wanted them dead, they would already be buried. Trembling, the captain turns to the carriage, awaiting Lady Melina's command. Melina asks for the odds of winning a fight against him. When the captain admits defeat is certain, she makes the only logical choice: hire the monster. The blonde captain turns back to the towering warrior. He announces that the noble inside the carriage has accepted the proposal. Kettle beams with delight, but his friendly smile is so predatory that the soldiers nearly wet themselves. He tells them to relax, then immediately demands to speak with the boss. The captain panics, warning him against trying anything foolish. The other mercenaries grip their weapons, desperate to stop the savage from approaching the lady. But the captain barks at them to stand down. Their employer has already given permission, and fighting now would be suicide. The butler hyperventilates as the door opens. Kettle politely asks for permission, then squeezes his massive frame onto the seat next to the terrified old man. Kettle raises his hands in a gesture of peace, urging them to calm down. He assures the group that he has absolutely no intention of spilling blood today. Lady Malena trembles slightly, her anxiety palpable, yet, summoning her noble grace, she offers the large man a warm, albeit shaky, greeting. Kettle marvels at the unnatural warmth inside the carriage, a stark contrast to the freezing hell outside. Malena reveals that magic sustains this haven, and Kettle's inner otaku soul instantly ignites with excitement. But reality strikes hard. Kettle warns her that these snowfields are a graveyard for the unprepared, and that dangers lurk in every shadow. With survival rates near zero, he drops a heavy offer on the table. He will be their shield against the encroaching death. However, protection comes with a price. He raises a single finger, imposing one condition, and instantly, the air in the room grows heavy with tension. Malena maintains her composure, demanding his terms. The barbarian smirks. His request simple yet baffling. He wants knowledge of the world beyond the ice. It seems like a bizarre trade for such a dangerous service, but Kettle assures her the deal is heavily in her favor. Cold sweat trickles down her brow as she weighs her options. Realizing she's cornered, she nods in agreement to the proposal. The butler scowls, clearly despising this alliance. Ignoring him, Kettle asks for the lady's name, and she curtsies softly, introducing herself as a noble of the prestigious House Akasha. Kettle returns the courtesy, thanking fate for this unexpected encounter on their perilous journey together. Back on Earth, he had always fantasized about transmigrating to a magical realm. Then, in a twist of cruel irony, that wish was granted. He awoke not as a hero, but as a dim-witted ashen barbarian stranded in a frozen purgatory. There was no time to question the how or why. Surviving the biting cold and endless waves of monstrous beasts became a living nightmare. To avoid a frozen grave, he rallied the primitive barbarians, forging a clan and seizing command through sheer willpower. Years blurred into a cycle of violence. Every plan to escape the snowfields crumbled to dust, leaving him trapped. But destiny shifted one day. A translucent blue system panel materialized before his eyes, promising a way out of this icy hell if he completed its quests. Since the very beginning, an invisible force had shackled him here, nearly extinguishing the last embers of his hope. Over the years, lost travelers drifted in like ghosts. From their whispers, he learned the truth of his new reality. The world beyond the snow was real, teeming with the very fantasy and magic he had once dreamed of back on Earth. Armed with this knowledge, his resolve hardened. He threw himself into the grind, clearing quest after quest, clawing his way toward freedom. He now realizes that information is the most precious currency in this world. That is precisely why he leverages his strength now, trading safety for the vital lore Malena possesses. Until now, every encounter ended in fear or bloodshed, with humans viewing him as nothing more than a savage beast. He is practically starving for a civilized conversation, a moment of normalcy amidst the chaos. His own clansmen are mindless brutes. Speaking to an educated noble soothes his weary mind. Suddenly, Kettle shifts the topic, asking if their cargo consists of weapons. Malena flinches, but Kettle explains his deduction. The distinct, rhythmic clanging of steel from the wagon betrayed their secret instantly. He presses further, asking if the flames of war are consuming the lands beyond these frozen borders. Malena's expression turns grim. She confirms his suspicions. The Empire and the Kingdom are locked in a brutal, bloody conflict. The massive empire seeks total conquest, yet the kingdom refuses to fall, holding its ground against the odds. Their survival hangs on two legendary pillars guarding the borders: the Swordmaster and the Hero. Intrigued, Kettle asks about the nature of their strength. Malena stares in disbelief. How could anyone be ignorant of the mysteries? The barbarian reminds her he has been a prisoner of the snow all his life. Softening, she admits her own understanding is only surface level. She reveals that mystery is the true power of this world, a force only a chosen few can wield. And depending on their affinity, wielders are categorized into 5 distinct ranks of might. The lower tiers can merely sense or manipulate it. But the elite, they manifest mystery as physical mana or aura. These first-rate warriors are the titans of society, honored as spirit summoners, mages, and knights. She says the ranks above those defy human comprehension entirely. They are the transcendence beings who bend the laws of mystery through sheer will alone. The Swordmaster stands at this pinnacle, and the Hero, a singularity capable of warping the very fabric of the world. Malena adds that even a third-rate user, someone who can barely sense mystery, is still a force to be reckoned with. Hearing this, the Ashen Barbarian's eyes blaze. He demands to meet these legends immediately. Kettle has lost count of the years lost in this frozen prison, but now, the fire to escape burns hotter than ever. Staring at his rugged reflection in the glass, he makes a silent vow he will break free, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Milena narrows her eyes, asking if he is truly just a barbarian. Kettle nods slowly, wondering if his cover is already blown. Milena begins to recount the ancient legend, speaking of the Emperor with reverence, but Kettle cuts her off with a dismissive smirk. He reveals a shocking truth: he actually remembers the man visiting the fields long ago, dismissing him as nothing more than a raving lunatic at the time. When Milena fails to grasp his meaning, confusion written all over her face, Kettle drops the bombshell her legend might be terrifyingly real. Then, his gaze sharpens as he addresses a suspicion that has been gnawing at him. He demands to know why they chose this perilous route when their carriage is weighed down by a massive arsenal of weapons. A shadow falls over Milena's face. Her voice drops to a whisper as she admits the harsh reality: they are being crushed under a mountain of debt. She explains that her family has dominated the trade business for generations. However, envy breeds enemies, and rivals began sabotaging their deals, dismantling their legacy piece by piece. The relentless attacks left them with nothing, completely bankrupt and on the brink of ruin. This journey is their final gamble to keep the family name from fading into history. Kettle, utilizing his sharp instincts, connects the dots instantly. She intends to sell these weapons to the kingdom. Milena looks at him, stunned, and asks how he could possibly deduce such a secret. Kettle lays it out cold. If the empire is aggressively expanding as she claimed, then the kingdom must be desperate for firepower. Desperation means they will pay any price to bolster their defenses, making this treacherous path a risk worth taking for a fortune. He drives the point home, noting that her avoidance of the safer routes proves that the two nations must share a volatile border. Milena stares at him in utter disbelief. Every story she had ever heard painted barbarians as savage, ignorant beasts devoid of logic. Yet here stands a man shattering those stereotypes, dissecting complex politics with such clarity that she questions if he's a barbarian at all. Suddenly, the carriage jerks to a violent halt. A thunderous crash echoes from outside, signaling that their enemies have arrived. They leap from the carriage, weapons drawn and ready for war, but what awaits them is a nightmare: a massive sewer monster, its crimson eyes glowing with bloodlust. Terror seizes the group, freezing them in place. The blonde captain, pale as a sheet, barely manages to stammer that they are facing a black slime. Kettle raises an eyebrow, asking if this is truly the beast in question. Milena confirms it, citing the ancient records she has studied. When Kettle presses for details, she explains the dark history of this frozen wasteland. Countless warriors have tried to conquer this white hell, but only a handful ever returned to warn the living. Those survivors chronicled the horrors they faced in their books, and the black slime is a creature of infamy. The blue-haired lady then turns to Kettle, asking if he knows of this monstrosity. A savage grin spreads across his face. To him, this beast isn't a threat, it's a snack. He chuckles, describing it as chewy, delicious, and a perfect bite of joy. Her face twists in disgust as she asks if he seriously considers that abomination to be food. He counters by asking if she wants a taste, telling her to go hunt it herself. She recoils, hastily rejecting his insane offer. The monster, seemingly tired of their banter, lunges forward the moment the conversation ends. Panic erupts among the group. Milena screams Kettle's name in desperation, but he remains unmoved, showing zero concern. His face is a mask of stone. He coldly reminds her of their contract. He promised to protect their lives, not fight their battles. Unless death is imminent, he won't lift a finger. Milena, trembling with fear, demands to know what he implies. Kettle smirks, confident that her guards can handle a beast of this caliber. More importantly, he wants to test them to see what these outsiders are truly capable of. The slime monster slithers menacingly toward the guards. The blonde captain roars, ordering his men to raise their shields and brace for impact. A mercenary obeys instantly, but the defense is futile. The sheer force of the beast sends the poor soldier flying backward. The ponytail-haired warrior leaps into the fray, but he too is swatted away like a fly, crashing hard against the frozen earth. His weapon clatters to the ground, slipping from his grasp as blood spills from his lips. The captain bellows to his squad. Realizing the slime's limitation, it can only move in one direction, he commands them to scatter and coordinate their strikes. Seizing the moment, the warrior in the green cloak launches an aerial assault. His blade connects, followed by a second heavy strike that finally cuts into the beast. Sensing the monster's vulnerability, the captain drives his sword forward. He shouts for them to target the core, knowing these surface wounds won't finish it. Unleashing a barrage of synchronized attacks, they finally expose the creature's heart. A single, decisive blow shatters the core, and the monster dissolves into a harmless puddle of mud. The guards stand stunned for a moment before the realization hits they won. Cheers erupt as they celebrate their first triumph in this frozen hellscape. Melina beams with relief, but their celebration is cut short. A massive white bear materializes from the snow, blocking the carriage's path. "Aim for the neck," one screams. Moving as one, they unleash a flurry of steel upon the beast's weak point, slaying it in an instant. Confidence surges through the team. One mercenary scoffs, suggesting the legends of this wasteland are nothing but tall tales told by cowards. But the captain silences him with a stern rebuke. He warns them against hubris, reminding the squad that they are clumsy amateurs and they still have half a journey left to survive. The mercenary in the green hood sneers, eyeing Kettle with blatant suspicion. He mocks the tales of emperors and legends, dismissing Kettle's supposed strength as nothing more than a fairy tale for children. In his eyes, Kettle is just a leech draining their resources. With a tone bordering on insubordination, he insists that the stranger prove his worth or stop pretending to be a master. Inside the carriage, the blue-haired noblewoman, Melina, overhears the rising tension. The guards swarm her vehicle, their voices rising in a chorus of discontent as they demand permission to speak their minds. The green-hooded agitator speaks with arrogant confidence. He claims they are risking their lives for her quest, implying they have the right to question the dead weight dragging them down. Melina steps out, her presence commanding yet gentle. She thanks them for their dedication, acknowledging the blood and sweat they have poured into this suicide mission. She reminds them that they swore an oath to her, accepting the request to traverse these cursed lands when every other warrior turned their back in fear. But the hooded mercenary has no respect for hierarchy. He cuts her off, demanding to know why Kettle gets the VIP treatment when he hasn't lifted a single finger in battle. The lady of the Akasha family sighs, realizing there is no talking them down. She understands the thirst for violence that drives these men. Her gaze shifts to the captain, hoping for support, but he looks away, cowardly claiming he has no authority over the restless pack. Suddenly, the carriage door swings open. Kettle steps out, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. He looks at the mob and asks if they are truly desperate to see a monster at work. One guard scoffs, pointing out the empty snowfield. He claims there is nothing here to fight, making a test impossible. Kettle ignores him, stretching his massive, sculpted frame. His voice drops an octave as he announces that a guest has arrived to join the party. The air suddenly grows heavy with killing intent. A massive shadow looms behind them, its voice booming with the promise of feasting on their weak, mortal flesh. The mercenaries spin around, terror seizing their hearts. A colossal serpent with glowing red eyes towers over them, its fangs dripping with venom and hunger. The beast hisses a cruel warning, telling them to struggle and run. Fear, after all, makes the meat taste so much sweeter. Melina cowers, covering her ears in sheer panic. The once arrogant mercenaries stand frozen, eyes shut tight, praying the monster doesn't notice them. But Kettle does not flinch. He strolls toward the beast, his body erupting in a terrifying purple aura that distorts the very air around him. His voice cuts through the wind like a blade. He orders the snake to back down, declaring that these trembling mortals are under his absolute protection. The giant white serpent freezes. The moment its eyes lock onto Kettle, instinct screams at it to flee. It stammers, asking what a being like him is doing in this wasteland. The beast tries to cite the ancient laws of the snowfield regarding territory, but Kettle waves his hand dismissively. He tells the overgrown worm to stop acting so high and mighty. Realizing its pride is at stake, the snake lets out a dramatic roar, trying to salvage its dignity. It shouts that Kettle has no right to disrespect it. But the warrior has lost all patience for this farce. Without a word, Kettle vanishes from his spot. He reappears instantly, driving a fist heavy with judgment into the beast's jaw. It is time this snake learned its place. The impact is catastrophic. The ground quakes violently, and the shockwave nearly knocks the terrified spectators off their feet. Melina cries out, worried for her protector, but Kettle's voice comes back calm and steady. He assures her this annoyance will be dealt with in seconds. He launches another attack, this time unleashing an overwhelming burst of power that feels divine. With a single, earth-shattering strike, he buries the arrogant beast into the frozen soil. Moments later, peace returns. Kettle relaxes comfortably inside. The warm carriage, outside, the mercenaries who mocked him now shiver in the cold, begging for forgiveness and thanking the heavens for his mercy. The barbarian glances out the window and shrugs. He tells them he holds no grudges in this world. It is only natural for the weak to suspect the strong. However, the hierarchy has shifted. Even the butler, who once looked down on him, is now forced to trudge through the deep snow alongside the guards. With the trash taken out, Kettle leans back. He asks the girl the real question: why would a noble lay her life on the line for a journey like this? Melina lowers her guard. She reveals she is the daughter of Lady Bellica, a mere concubine of the powerful Lord Akasha. Her mother was a political pawn, married off to seal a deal and discarded like garbage once her purpose was served. Pain colors her voice as she admits the truth. To the main family, they are not blood relatives. They are disposable servants, unworthy of the family name. She clamps a hand over her mouth, shocked. She never intended to reveal her dark past, but Kettle's presence seems to draw the truth out of her. She confesses that this deadly journey is her only chance to prove her worth. Kettle smirks. Seeing the fire in her eyes, he calls her clever, ambitious, and beautifully greedy. Before they can bond further, the mercenary captain's voice breaks the mood. He announces that the hellish snowfield ends here. Green lands lie ahead. As the group prepares to disband, Melina bows deeply, thanking Kettle for saving her life. He asks about her next move. She replies with determination that she will return to the Empire alone when the time is right. Just before she turns to leave, she recalls his earlier comment in the carriage. Kettle nods, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He dissects her entire scheme, connecting the dots of her ambition with frightening accuracy. He states it plainly: she intends to claw her way up from the bottom and seize control of the very family that rejected her. Melina nods silently, unable to deny it. For Kettle, watching her struggle feels strangely nostalgic, like looking into a mirror of his own past. A child of a concubine, clawing for recognition within the main bloodline, yet behind his young eyes lies the wisdom of a former life as an otaku. The noble girl's eyes narrowed. She began to realize just how sharp Kettle truly was. This was far beyond the dull wit she expected from a barbarian. Calculating his value, she wondered if his monstrous strength could be tamed. She told him to seek her out once he escaped the snowfields, offering him a seat at her table. But Kettle turned her down cold. The chains of unfinished business still bound him to this frozen wasteland. Undeterred, she handed him a pendant, a promise of sanctuary should he ever step into the outside world. Kettle accepted the token with a simple smile, asking no questions. With a respectful bow from her butler, their paths diverged, leaving only a silent hope that the threads of fate would weave them together again. 5 grueling years drifted by. Finally, Kettle completed his mission. Quest number 784, the milestone that officially granted him the right to leave the ice behind and step into the world he had craved for so long. Peace at last. He inhaled the scent of green grass and listened to the gentle symphony of the flowing river. It felt as though he had been summoned to paradise after enduring a living hell in that snowy abyss. He turned back toward the icy plains one last time. A curse escaped his lips, hoping with every fiber of his being that he never had to return. His mind raced with fantasies of this new world, a realm woven with magic. That fervent desire was the only fuel that had kept him alive. To him, the lands beyond the snow were a place where miracles were common. And then, his gaze landed on it. The first civilized village he had ever seen. Memories surfaced of those brainless barbarians back home. He had tried to teach them about building proper shelter, but they were clueless, preferring to burrow into the snow like animals to survive the elements. He had starved for the structure of human civilization, but now, he paused, wondering how a civilized man should properly greet his neighbors. Deciding to play the part of a refined gentleman, he straightened his posture and walked toward the village. Meanwhile, within the settlement, an old elf elder addressed his kin. He proclaimed this land their new sanctuary and ordered them to unpack. One anxious elf questioned their safety, but the elder assured him that this remote haven was far beyond the reach of filthy humans. He explained that the neighboring snowfields were a death zone. No one would dare enter. They didn't even need to worry about monsters. There were no records of anything ever surviving those frozen plains. The elder grinned, revealing their masterpiece, a powerful barrier that cloaked the village, making it appear as nothing more than an ordinary forest. They had spent months weaving this ancient elven magic. He was absolutely certain, as long as the barrier held, they were untouchable. And if that wasn't enough, they had a powerful elven queen ready to protect them from any threat. Right on cue, our boy Kettle casually strolled through the impenetrable barrier like it was morning mist. He felt a faint tingle, like walking through a spider web, but shrugged it off. That was when he spotted a young elf girl nearby. She stood frozen, looking as if she had lost her entire world. She scanned her surroundings in sheer panic. But the moment her eyes locked onto the towering human offering a friendly hello, her mind shattered. She short-circuited instantly and collapsed on the spot. Kettle caught her before she hit the ground, completely bewildered by the sudden faint. His mind began to race. If he returned the lost child, surely the elves would hold him in high regard. The legendary kindness of elves would surely welcome a hero. Blushing at the thought of their praise, he gently carried her toward the village entrance. However, the moment the villagers saw him, pandemonium erupted. The girl's mother broke down, sobbing as if she were witnessing a demon clutching her child's corpse. The elder stood frozen in shock. He was likely rethinking his entire speech about their foolproof defense. After a moment of stunned silence, he snapped. Panic took over as he screamed that the barrier was breached, demanding the queen's presence. But fate was cruel. The so-called queen was currently out on patrol. Kettle tried to explain he came in peace, but his words were drowned out by a barrage of threats. The elder's mind spiraled into paranoia. He assumed this human was a scout for a massive raid, one who had been tracking them for months. As the poor barbarian faced accusations of kidnapping, he desperately wondered how to clear his name. He gently woke the weeping child and nudged her toward her parents, a gesture of good faith. But all the kid saw was a monster. She screamed and scrambled away. Kettle stood there, crushed. He had always thought he was quite handsome. He tried one last time to reason with the persistent fools. He was not their enemy. But the old elder twisted the narrative. He shouted that the hostage had been released and ordered a full-scale attack. The innocent barbarian stood in shock. None of his words were getting through. Despite the elves having such famously large ears, these elves were far more savage than Kettle had ever imagined. The legends of their peaceful nature crumbled into dust before his eyes. He shrugs off the killing intent. To him, this is nothing more than a rude greeting for an uninvited guest. A storm of arrows darkens the sky, raining down in relentless waves, but against his skin, the steel shatters like glass. Kettle brings his palms together. A single clap releases a shockwave of absolute devastation. The blast sends the elves flying backward, helpless as dry leaves caught in a hurricane. The elder watches in frozen horror, his mind unable to process the scene. Yet Kettle keeps shouting that he comes in peace. He pauses for a second. Did he overdo it? Such overwhelming power might have terrified them instead of calming them down. Just as he considers retreating, scorching heat flares behind him. A projectile of pure fire screams through the air. The blazing arrow tears through the frigid atmosphere, aiming for his blind spot. The queen has returned from patrol. She stands ready to slaughter the monster threatening her kin. High Queen Marsilia of the Leaf Clan descends. Her voice thunders as she demands answers for this destruction. The trembling elder points a shaking finger at Kettle. He frames the innocent outsider as a bloodthirsty invader. Kettle begs for a chance to explain, but his words fall on deaf ears. The fact that he stands there completely unscathed sends a chill down Marsilia's spine, calling his human existence filthy. She lunges. She is certain she can crush this insect with a single blow. Kettle sighs. Do they not speak his language, or is their ignorance a deliberate choice? This is not simple fear. It is the ancient, blood-soaked hatred that runs deep between elves and mankind. He remembers the law of the snowfields. Respect is earned only after a fist connects with a face. As the realization hits him, Marsilia unleashes her ultimate technique. Energy coalesces into the form of a roaring dragon. Kettle casually swats it away. The shockwave rips through space itself, making him wonder if he should use even less power. The queen is blasted out of the sky and slams into the earth with a bone-shaking crash. She realizes he is a transcendent being. Through gritted teeth, she screams for her people to flee for their lives. She alone will remain. She will be the shield against this monster, even if it costs her life. She acknowledges his terrifying strength, but she vows to die before letting his evil scheme succeed. Once again, his words are wind. Kettle realizes this misunderstanding has reached a catastrophic level. As a last resort, she summons the blazing bull spirit. Piego, surely, this deity will incinerate the intruder. But Kettle's eyes sparkle with joy. The snowfield beasts were hideous abominations. But this creature is pure magnificence. While he admires the flaming coat, Marsilia screams the kill order. Piego is an ancient spirit. His aura is older, prouder, and far more arrogant than any common summon. Marsilia knows she lacks the mana to wield him alone. This power is borrowed. She begged another tribe for this contract. She never imagined she would be forced to use it here. Now the debt must be paid. The Fire Bull accepts the terms, but when he looks at Kettle, cold sweat breaks out over his flames. Is that thing really human? For Kettle, this is a first. He has never seen a summon before. He finds the fiery beast adorable and majestic. Marsilia points to the intruder. She demands Piego cleanse the sacred lands of this filth. Piego snorts. He prepares to turn this fool into ash for daring to trespass. How dare a human challenge the sacred race meanwhile? Kettle stands there, unimpressed. Mostly because he's completely oblivious to the danger. The spirit beast charges. Kettle does not flinch. He does not even blink. Boom. A catastrophic explosion engulfs the area. Marsilia smiles, but then freezes. Kettle has stopped the beast with a single hand. He spent years pulverizing monsters. This feral form feels comforting to him. It means he can finally stop holding back. He delivers a punch that shakes the foundation of the world. It feels like a volcano erupting on impact. And the terrifying part, that was barely a fraction of 1% of his true power. The chaotic energy dissipates. The Elf Queen, having barely escaped the devastating explosion with her life, stands trembling, utterly powerless before the monster standing in front of her. Her eyes widen in disbelief, soul shaken by the overwhelming gap in their strength. Desperation takes over as she bows her head, begging him to spare her clan from annihilation. But the slaughter never comes. He speaks calmly, declaring he is not their enemy. The queen freezes, genuine astonishment washing over her at his unexpected mercy. As more words are exchanged, the tension finally breaks. The realization hits her hard. This terrifying monster holds absolutely no hostile intent toward her people. Guilt crashes down on her like a landslide. They had judged a savior as a villain. She rushes to apologize, horrified that they nearly attacked the very hero who had safely returned one of their precious children. Kettle, however, does not take offense. He acts like a true gentleman, waving off her apology. He explains that since humans drove them to the brink, it was only natural for them to see a stranger and prepare for the worst. Though, he admits with a wry smile, it is a bit disheartening that they attacked before giving him a single chance to speak. Confusion lingers in the queen's eyes. She asks the question burning in her mind, is he truly not one of the humans hunting them down? He shakes his head. This is actually his first encounter with her kind. After all, elves simply do not exist in the brutal expanse of the white snowfields. The mention of that frozen hellscape shocks her. He adds another detail that seals his identity. Outsiders know him by a different name, the Ashen Barbarian of the Wasteland. Her jaw drops. It is impossible. No living soul, let alone a normal human, should be able to survive in that land of death. A terrifying thought strikes her. She asks if there are other monsters like him who might also cross over from the wasteland. Our boy shrugs, uncertain but skeptical. He seriously doubts anyone else possesses the strength to defy the laws of that world. The wasteland is bound by absolute rules that shackle even calamities like the Great Serpent. Yet, the system grants him quests to bypass these laws, an anomaly that makes him utterly unique. The queen finally breathes a sigh of relief. The danger is singular. Meanwhile, Kettle casually asks about her summon, concerned since he did obliterate it with a single punch. She quickly reassures him. The spirit is unharmed. Spirits are beings of pure mana and nature. When destroyed, they simply return to the spirit realm to recover. Eager to make amends, she asks if there is any way to repay him. Her people were gravely disrespectful, and she wishes to balance the scales. Kettle ponders for a moment before dropping a heavy question. Is it possible for an outsider like him to form a contract with a spirit? She hesitates. Normally, it is forbidden by nature itself. However, humans born with an exceptional affinity for mana can, on rare occasions, forge such a bond. If his resolve is true, he must seek out Elogrod, the holy land of the elves. There, the elf lord resides. Only that ancient being possesses the power to grant him a true spirit contract, eyes lighting up with excitement. He asks the obvious question, will a human truly be welcomed in the sacred holy land? She nods. With her personal seal and introduction, he will pass, but he must vow to keep the location an absolute secret. Internally, the queen trembles at her own decision. Elodoamu is every elf. Researchers' utopia. Allowing a human near it is a gamble with destiny itself. for that land is more precious to her race than their very lives. Its location is the ultimate taboo, yet she chooses to place her faith in him. She hands over a glowing crystal, the key to his journey. She warns him that the Elf Lord will test his soul, but looking at his strength, she smiles, confident he will pass. Formalities are finally exchanged. She bows as Marsilia Carusia, Queen of the Leaf Tribe. He grins, introducing himself simply as Kettle, the Barbarian. Coordinates locked, he explodes into motion, dashing through the forest like a living missile. In moments, he closes in on the border of the Varan territory, the domain of the Gehent Kingdom. The watchtower guards spiral into panic. A massive cloud of dust is tearing toward them at godlike speed. Alarm bells ring as they scramble for battle positions. He skids to a halt, greeting the terrified soldiers with a cheerful wave, genuinely pleased to see humans standing guard. The blood drains from their faces, the gray hair, the distinctive scar across his chest. They instantly recognize the legend standing before them, the infamous Ashen Barbarian. Spears raised in trembling hands, they scream for him to freeze, warning that they will unleash hell if he takes even one more step. Kettle raises his hands, telling them to chill out. He laughs off the tension, explaining he has no quarrel with them. "What do you want?" they demand. He simply points a finger past the massive walls. The guards blink, utterly confused by his casual attitude. Seeing their bewilderment, he clarifies. He merely wishes to visit their domain for a short while. No invasion, just tourism. The scene shifts to the Knight Captain's office. The officer narrows his eyes. Just passing through, Kettle shrugs. He plans to stay a while, though even he doesn't know for how long. The interrogation continues. Name our hero leans back and drops it. Kettle. Identity verification. He shakes his head until a memory sparks. He fumbles in his pocket, remembering the crest gifted to him by Milena. He slams the item onto the desk. Will this work? He asks casually, displaying the intricate symbol. The guard stares blankly. What is this? Kettle sighs. It is the crest of House Akasha, a token of trust given to him by a direct descendant of that bloodline. The captain's eyes go wide as realization strikes. If that crest is real, then they must be the Yao. The merchant hails from the Denian kingdom, and Kettle asks if the captain recognizes the lineage. The captain confirms it is a rising house, skyrocketing in power since the new head took over. The guard admits the crest looks authentic, but there is a problem. Since it does not belong to the kingdom of Gera, verification is impossible. Even so, he agrees to let Kettle pass. But there is one non-negotiable condition. He must first prove he poses absolutely no threat to the domain. The guard reveals the catch. 3 others are waiting to cross. Kettle must form a temporary party with them and clear a nearby dungeon. It sounds like child's play, so our boy accepts without hesitation. But then, the guard drops the real directive. Report everything that happens inside. Kettle instantly decodes the subtext. They are forcing the group to spy on each other to weed out suspicious elements. The guard looks genuinely shocked at his sharp intuition. He asks if Kettle is truly a barbarian. He always viewed them as mindless brutes. Yet this is the first one who possesses a keen intellect like his own. With the term set, the guard declares it is time to move. The scene shifts to Alejandro Tyrannus, a self-proclaimed paladin. He laments the tragedy of raiding a dungeon with a rat who steals pouches, even if the law permits it. The thief, Cassin Hark, snaps back in annoyance. He asks if Tyrannus is just bitter because some random crook ran off with his life savings. That strikes a nerve. Tyrannus fumes that a petty criminal dares insult a noble paladin. But Cassin fires back a brutal truth. If you were a real paladin, you wouldn't be stuck here. He mocks Tyrannus as a bottom feeder clinging to a fancy title because his name sounds stupid. Rage explodes in the old man's eyes as he points his sword at the thief. Yet Cassin just sneers, asking if that scrap metal armor will actually save him. Just as steel is about to clash, the cleric Hayes intervenes. She politely begs them to stop, and they begrudgingly listen, though the bloodlust remains. Hayes begins to question her life choices, wondering if she can survive a dungeon with these 2 maniacs. Since the minimum party size is 4, they are still 1 soul short. Suddenly, the door creaks open. The guard steps in, announcing the final member has arrived. The thief jokes, praying it is not another lunatic like the so-called paladin. The guard simply smirks. See for yourself. Kettle enters the room, radiating a quiet but suffocating pressure. All 3 freeze, chills running down their spines as primal fear takes hold. Yet, He flashes a cheerful smile that completely contradicts his monstrous build / nice to meet you, new teammates. While their brains try to process the danger, the guard backs away / he advises them to get acquainted and leaves them to the wolf. Our boy takes the lead, suggesting they start with introductions. I am Kettle, the Barbarian / he turns to Cassin, who nearly chokes while admitting he is a thief / Sir Tyrannus puffs his chest, announcing he is a paladin. Kettle's eyes light up / he knows paladins usually wield magnificent holy powers, but Tyrannus instantly bursts his bubble / he claims to be a special kind of paladin who uses zero magic. Finally, the lady shyly introduces herself as Hayes, a cleric serving the god Kalasha. Kettle asks why she hesitates, as clerics are usually proud. She explains the dark truth. Kalasha is the lord of lies and deceit, making her unpopular. As the conversation flows, the captain throws the door open again. Time to move / he signals that they are heading out immediately. The party falls into line without delay, marching straight to the dungeon entrance. The captain points to the ominous structure / it is a 3-floor abyss, crawling with undead horrors / their mission: wipe it clean and return with proof. Kettle immediately kicks off the raid / he turns to Cassin casually / do you have a strategy? The thief flinches, suddenly terrified / yes, Sir Kettle. Our boy waves him off / drop the sir. We are a team now. Forget the titles. Cassin takes a breath, deciding to just act normal. He lays out the tactics without hesitation / Kettle and the warrior will hold the front line / Cassin will scout for traps / the nun provides rear support. Kettle is genuinely impressed by the sharp formation / the others agree, and the team steps into the darkness. Inside, the shadows are suffocating / Hayes shivers, thinking it is far too dark / meanwhile, the thief gets suspicious because there are no traps or tricks. Suddenly, he hisses a warning / freeze monsters inbound. Darkness veils the path ahead, but the floor tells a grim story. Scattered bone fragments lie everywhere, the shattered remains of skeletal nightmares that rise to slaughter anyone who steps too close. Cassin's eyes narrow as the truth hits him. The guards didn't just send them here for a test, they knew exactly what this hellhole was. It was a trap from the start. They lied about a simple identity check, using this dangerously difficult dungeon as a disposal site to quietly liquidate any suspects. Meanwhile, Kettle stands there, looking completely oblivious to the conspiracy unfolding around them. Cassin decides to break it down. He explains that these aren't just bones, they are undead monsters that fight relentlessly, even after losing their limbs. Since they are made of solid bone, their defense is impenetrable. Cassin orders Hayes to charge her magic and signals Tyrannus to raise his shield. He turns to Kettle with a grave warning. This isn't child's play. The dungeon is far deadlier than any of them anticipated. Cassin lays out the strategy the team must distract the horde. He needs an opening to strike the neck, the only true weak point to put these abominations down for good. But Kettle just steps forward, closing the distance to one of the bone piles. Suddenly, the skeleton rattles to life. The rest of the party tense up, preparing for a life or death struggle. But there is no struggle. Kettle casually delivers a slap so devastating that the monster disintegrates into dust on impact. The group freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. Kettle turns back to Cassin with a beaming smile, noting that he was absolutely right. They really do go down if you hit the head. Poor Cassin lets out a bewildered, nervous laugh. That was definitely not what he meant by aim for the head. These skeletons are reinforced by dungeon mana. It should be physically impossible for an average swordsman to slice through them, let alone shatter them. The only logical method is precision strikes to snap the neck vertebrae. Crushing a skull with bare hands violates every rule of combat. Cassin knew the barbarian was strong, but this is a realm of power beyond imagination. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Is Kettle even human? The party stands paralyzed, staring at the pile of bone dust. Kettle simply breaks the silence, suggesting they keep moving. Spooked by his raw power, they scramble to follow his order. He tells them to relax. But while Cassin agrees verbally, Tyrannus and Hayes are just praying to survive their own teammate. Deeper into the abyss, Kettle halts. He spots a skull resting ominously on the ground, surrounded by another cluster of dormant skeletons. The trio braces themselves, thinking it is finally time to fight. But Kettle turns to them with a polite, almost innocent request. Confusion washes over them. What kind of favor could a monster like him possibly need from weaklings like them? He drops the bomb he wants to handle this entire group solo. There is a specific experiment he wants to try. Kason shrugs, realizing he has no say in the matter anyway. Hayes and Tyrannus quickly nod, giving him the green light. They retreat to the sidelines, wondering what kind of twisted test he is about to run. Kettle flashes a quick thumbs up. A skeleton creaks to life, assembling itself. Kettle watches with genuine fascination, analyzing how the magic stitches the bones together. The undead warrior swings its sword with lethal intent, but Kettle doesn't even flinch. He catches the blade between two fingers and snaps the steel like a dry twig. He calmly asks the monster what its plan B is, but the undead knows no fear. It leaps into the air for a diving strike. Our barbarian weaves past the attack effortlessly, grabs the skeleton's arm, and asks a chilling question: what happens if I do this? Bam! He slams the limb into the floor, pulverizing it into bone meal instantly. The skeleton pauses, staring at its missing arm in visible confusion. Trying to recover its dignity, it kicks its broken sword into the air like a martial artist and catches it with its remaining hand. But Kettle's bullying session is far from over. The creature charges again. Kettle intercepts the attack, grabs the remaining hand, and rips it clean off, reducing it to dust just like the first. The tenacious monster refuses to quit, flailing its broken stumps at him in a pathetic attempt to attack. Our boy grabs hold of it and completely crushes the right arm for good measure. He nods, genuinely impressed by the creature's ability to improvise and its surprising intelligence. Meanwhile, the party watches in stunned silence, actually feeling pity for the undead victim. A cold chill runs down Hayes' spine as she witnesses the brutality. Kasan and Tyrannus look like their souls have left their bodies. In this moment, they realize the truth. The real monster isn't the dungeon. It is the barbarian. Kettle stands over his broken toy with a proud, menacing grin. It looks exactly like the beginning of a villain arc. The others watch in horror as Kettle uses brute force to tear the skull from the spine. He chucks the head onto the ground, his expression shifting into something that looks utterly psychotic. He finds it amusing that the body stops moving without the head, before casually stomping the skull into oblivion like a merciless tyrant. Witnessing this scene, terror grips the hearts of the three spectators. Kettle turns back and apologizes for the delay, completely unaware that he looks like a demon who just crawled out of hell. Kasan trembles like a leaf in a storm, terrified. He forces a smile and insists that Sir Kettle should take all the time he needs. The fear in his voice is unmistakable. Completely oblivious to their terror, Kettle simply nods. He genuinely believes they are just being incredibly polite companions. Innocence is bliss for a barbarian. When Kettle suggests they descend deeper, the group agrees instantly. They nod with the desperate enthusiasm of hostages held at sword point. The darkness stretches on until they finally locate the staircase. It is time to descend into the ominous depths of the second floor. Stepping into the new zone, Kasan tentatively raises his hand. He suggests a brief respite before they challenge the unknown dangers ahead. Kettle nods in agreement. Even a warrior of his stature sees the wisdom in gathering their strength. Kasan nearly cries tears of joy. He feels as if a tyrannical emperor has benevolently granted mercy to a peasant. The atmosphere is thick with awkward tension. The trio huddles in one corner, while Kettle sits isolated in the other. Silence hangs heavy in the air. And suddenly, Kettle breaks the silence. He has questions about the dungeon. The party stiffens, instantly on high alert for whatever the barbarian demands. A rare look of embarrassment crosses the barbarian's face. He admits, somewhat bashfully, that his knowledge of these labyrinths is severely lacking. Hayes panics, scrambling to soothe his ego. She stammers that the thirst for learning is a holy virtue, and she too seeks wisdom constantly. Emboldened, Kettle points out the dungeon's proximity to human territory. He asks the obvious question: is there no danger of the beast breaking free? Hayes composes herself and begins to explain the laws of this world. Under normal circumstances, the beasts remain bound to the dungeon. Rare exceptions exist, but such outbreaks are swiftly crushed by authorities. Kasan eagerly joins the lecture, desperate to prove his usefulness. He explains that dungeons are treated as unpredictable natural disasters. Their forms vary wildly, defying all logic. Some manifest as deep caves, others as towering spires. Yet, strangely, they almost always erupt near heavily populated human settlements. The pieces fall into place for Kettle. That explains why this specific labyrinth appeared right on their doorstep. Hayes adds that when a dungeon manifests, the local lord assesses the threat level. Guards and mercenaries are then dispatched to contain the anomaly. Sometimes, outsiders like them are hired for the cleanup. Kettle rubs his chin, Intrigued by the fact that these dungeons never spawn directly inside the cities, Kassen nods vigorously. It is an absolute rule. The dungeons always form at a calculated distance from the walls. Kettle's eyes gleam with anticipation. He asks the most important question of all. Is there a reward for conquering this hellhole? Hayes confirms his suspicions. A powerful boss monster awaits them on the final floor. Slaying the boss yields incredible treasures. Given the sheer scale of this dungeon, the final guardian will be a nightmare, and the loot legendary. A feral grin spreads across Kettle's face. He mutters under his breath that this world functions exactly like a video game. The nun tilts her head, confused by his strange words. Kettle quickly waves it off, claiming he was merely rambling to himself. But his curiosity is not yet sated. He poses a fundamental question. Who is the architect behind these dungeons? Hayes blinks in surprise. To the people of this world, dungeons are simply natural phenomena, created by no one. Kettle shakes his head. The logic is flawed. There are too many deliberate patterns for this to be mere nature. They appear near humans, practically begging to be explored. They lure adventurers in with the promise of treasure. This isn't nature, it is a design trap. Hayes freezes. The barbarian's words strike a chord of realization within her. It makes terrifying sense. She admits she has never once questioned the nature of their reality until now. Kassen agrees that it sounds suspicious. However, dogma is powerful. They were taught this was the truth of the world, so they never dared to doubt it. Accepted facts are rarely challenged. But the thief stares at Kettle, bewildered. How does a savage possess the intellect to deconstruct the laws of their world? Barbarians are supposed to be muscle-bound idiots, yet Kettle defies every stereotype, hiding a sharp mind behind that brute strength. Kettle absorbs their reactions, finding their ignorance fascinating. He stands up, asking if they are ready to press on. With the break over, the party scrambles to follow. Kettle takes the lead, marching deeper into the abyss. After what feels like an eternity of wandering, fortune smiles upon them. A treasure chest sits waiting in the gloom. Kassen explains the mechanics. This is a legitimate reward of the labyrinth. However, the riches within are only for those skilled enough to pick the lock. The thief inspects the mechanism, and his heart sinks. A lock of this quality requires a grandmaster. It is a puzzle far beyond the skills of a common thief. A master thief would never be caught dead in a low-level dungeon like this. Resigned to defeat, Kassen prepares to walk away from the loot. But Kettle intervenes. He commands Kassen to crack it open. After all, isn't that the sole reason the thief exists in this party? The barbarian emphasizes the point. This is his one and only job. Cold sweat pours down Kassan's face. If he actually had that kind of skill, he wouldn't be rotting in a dungeon like this. Kassen is nothing more than a budget rogue, a bottom feeder ignored even by the local thieves guild, but admitting his incompetence now impossible. Not when the barbarian is staring him down with such heavy expectations. One word of refusal, and all of Kettle's childlike excitement will instantly curdle into murderous disappointment. And in this dungeon, the result of disappointing a barbarian is a one-way ticket to becoming a pile of bleached bones like that poor corpse in the corner. With no other choice, he decides to gamble with his life. He produces his lock-picking tools, hands trembling, while Kettle hovers behind him, eyes wide with the innocent yet terrifying curiosity of a child watching a master at work. With our boy's massive shadow swallowing him whole, Kassen desperately tries to recall every technique he glimpsed while hauling luggage for real thieves. He jams the pick in, sweat stinging his eyes. The logic is simple. If he fails to open this chest, he is dead. But under that crushing pressure, a dormant power awakens his hidden skill. Cry of the soul activates, a sharp click echoes, and for a second, Kettle fears the clumsy thief broke the mechanism. But miraculously, the heavy lid slowly begins to groan and rise. Witnessing the impossible unfold before him, Kassen is so overwhelmed that genuine tears of relief start flooding down his face. Hayes is stunned speechless. She always believed only elite rogues could crack a treasure chest. And seeing this, she is convinced Kassen is a top-tier pro. Even our barbarian protagonist is impressed by this unexpected success, showering the trembling thief with praise for a job well done. Kassen nods, acting as if this was all calculated. Inside, he is screaming. He has no clue how he pulled it off, having spent his life avoiding exactly this kind of danger. But staring at his own hands, a shadow of doubt creeps in. Was his previous life of caution truly his peak, or has he been sleeping on his own potential this entire time? While Kassen spirals into a quiet existential crisis, Kettle casually gets down to business, asking about the value of the loot they just secured. Hayes' eyes light up. She explains that this quantity isn't just enough to feed a family. It is enough to live like royalty for an entire month. Hearing that, Kettle grins and entrusts the valuable rewards to Kassan for safekeeping. Kassan starts packing the items, but his old habits die hard. He nearly wets himself when the others catch him sneakily trying to pocket some coins for himself. Is something wrong? They ask. Kassan freezes, then laughs nervously, denying everything with the grace of a caught shoplifter. Deeper in the dungeon, they stumble upon a grisly sight, a mound of bones scattered on the floor that clearly form 4 distinct skeletons. The barbarian cracks his neck. He declares he will handle 3 of the undead horrors personally, leaving the last one for the rest of the party to manage. The team agrees, quietly wondering if a 3 versus 1 on a skeleton even counts as a real battle. But the moment they step into range, dark magic stirs and the bones rattle into formation. Hollow roars tear through the silence as the terrifying undead warriors rise. The party scrambles into battle stance while Kettle lets out a fearless war cry, daring the monsters to bring it on. Kaysen finds his courage, dashing in first to land a clean, solid hit. The other 3 skeletons attempt to swarm him, but our boy intercepts. He scoops them up in his giant arms, trapping them in a vice-like bear hug to keep the battlefield clear. "Don't interrupt," he growls at the struggling monsters. He wants to observe exactly how his teammates handle themselves in a fight. Kassan darts forward again, his blade slashing across the skeleton's neck, but the undead warrior refuses to fall. It retaliates with a vicious swing. Just in time, Tyrannus steps in, his great shield absorbing the heavy blow with a resounding clang. Hayes seizes the opening, casting Shadow of Confusion on Tyrannus' blade. The tank lunges, driving the glowing steel into the skeleton's nape, finally cracking the thick vertebrae. Watching the seamless coordination from a rookie party honestly surprises Kettle. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it is rare for a group of strangers to display such flawless synergy. Test over. He flexes his biceps, instantly grinding the 3 skeletons in his grip into magical powder, ready to enjoy the show now that the distractions are gone. When the trio glances back to see him standing amidst the dust of his enemies, calmly observing them, they immediately realize the truth. This is a test. The barbarian is judging them, and if they show even a sliver of weakness, they are finished. Motivated by pure terror, all 3 unleash hell on the solitary skeleton, which stands there helplessly awaiting its inevitable, brutal execution. With the last enemy down, the exhausted party collapses together to catch their breath. Our boy analyzes their performance. They are decent, but compared to the humans who traverse the wasteland with Melina, these warriors are still leagues behind. They descend to the 3rd floor, where the density of the skeleton swarm increases drastically. But with Kettle bulldozing through the front lines, the party is able to advance. They push forward without any real difficulty. It barely feels like a dungeon raid. He's making the path too easy. Finally, they breach the dungeon sanctum. There, seated ominously upon a throne, waits the master of this domain, the Skeleton Knight. Seeing the boss up close, the aura of death paralyzes the trio instantly. They are completely terrified, and Hayes cannot comprehend why a monster of this calamity level tier would even be in a place like this. Kettle eyes the bone pile and asks, "Is this one different from the trash we have crushed?" Hayes' voice trembles as she replies, "Different? It is a nightmare compared to anything we have seen." She describes the Skeleton Knight, a monster of ruin that masters both the longsword and the heavy shield with deadly precision. "We are walking corpses," she warns. "Unless we have a fighter on the level of an elite knight, our survival rate is absolute 0. Our barbarian boy tilts his head, curiosity piqued. "And if we fail to clear it, if we run?" Hayes explains that the territory sends a confirmation request. If the threat is real, the authorities will swoop in to purge it eventually. Hearing this, a grin spreads across his face. Sounds reasonable enough. Without hesitation, he strides directly toward the sleeping calamity. The other 3 freeze, statues of confusion. Is he insane? What exactly is he planning? As he closes the distance, the abyss stares back. The Skeleton Knight's empty sockets erupt with crimson light the Guardian has awakened. Seeing the monster already standing in full plate, our boy realizes this boss is a breed apart from the scattered trash mobs. The knight draws its blade, air seen screaming around steel. Hayes instantly recognizes the precursor to a massacre. Desperate, she weaves a defensive barrier, shielding the party just as a massive beam of death erupts from the knight's sword. But her magic is like glass against a hammer. The barrier shatters instantly, leaving only Tyrannus to tank the annihilation with his own body. While Hayes gasps for breath, lungs burning, the paladin barely manages to withstand the devastating torrent of energy. But what catches the barbarian's eye is not the danger, it is the raw power. One strike to crush magic and tank alike. This armored edgelord is the real deal. The skeleton locks onto him. With a deathly glare and a blur of speed, it launches itself forward like a dark comet. Yet, he stands immovable as a mountain. With a casual jab, he strikes and the boss's bones instantly vaporize into dust. Hit by the force of a speeding truck, the skeleton's upper body is obliterated. The party watches, jaws on the floor, minds unable to process the absurdity. Meanwhile, our barbarian casually dusts off his hands. A sigh escapes him. He's actually disappointed it ended so fast. Then, gold glimmers in his vision. He spots a fancy treasure chest and immediately barks at Kassan to get over there. He points to the loot. "Can you crack this open, thief?" Kassan shuts him down fast. "Impossible. That lock is high grade. It is leagues above my skill level." As Kassan laments the tragedy of locked loot, the barbarian loses patience. He smacks the chest so hard the wood smokes from sheer friction. Tyrannus and Hayes stare in horror as the lid flies open. He grins like a demon. Rewards earned through violence are always the sweetest. He tosses the task to Kassan. "Clean it out." The thief can only stare. Stunned that brute force just outclassed his entire profession, it begs the question, why even ask the thief to pick the lock when his fist is the ultimate skeleton key? Loot secured. The party exits the dungeon. But as soon as Kettle steps into the sunlight, something catches him off guard. Without warning, the dungeon entrance collapses. Kassan barely flinches. It is common knowledge when a dungeon dies, it crumbles. It confirms they missed nothing, no secret rooms left behind. But hearing the words secret room ignites a fire in his eyes. The potential for hidden loot makes him hunger for the next dive. Back at the border, the guard's face goes pale. He stares at the sketchy party, unable to believe they returned in one piece. Cold sweat drips down the guard's neck. How? How did it go? The barbarian laughs. It was an absolute blast. The guard looks disturbed by that. Manic energy, but follows protocol. It is time for the interrogation one by one. They must report the truth of the dungeon. First is Hayes. She keeps her expression cool. "I observed nothing unusual. No problems to report." The captain narrows his eyes, sensing a lie. "Do you truly believe," he presses, "that it is safe to allow a barbarian inside the domain?" She hesitates. She knows this interview is a trap, a test to weed out potential threats to the city. Next, Kassan steps into the light. "Kettle is no mindless beast," he declares. "He caused no trouble for us." The guard is floored. A man with overwhelming power who did not abuse the weak. That is the most shocking twist of all. Finally, when it is Kettle's turn to face the interview, he defies all expectations. Instead of shifting blame, he offers fair comments about each party member and gives genuine praise where it is due. This completely throws the guard off balance, since the wretched souls he usually throws into dungeons end up tearing each other apart during these follow-up sessions. After weighing their words, the man grants them passage into the territory, but with a sharp condition: if they cause even a whisper of trouble, they will be exiled immediately. He then tosses Kettle a heavy sack filled with gold coins, a reward for clearing the dungeon and seeing the barbarian's relaxed, honest smile. Even the greedy guard feels no urge to skim from the top. With the loot secured, Kettle turns to his party members and orders them to take their cut of the reward. They try to refuse the generosity, but he stands firm, insisting that justice demands it since they bled together in that dungeon as a team. He then proposes they grab a few drinks to celebrate their inaugural victory, and the team nervously agrees, terrified to say no to the towering ashen barbarian. As the group strolls toward the main gate, the guard's eyes narrow, tracking Kettle closely from the shadows. Suspicion gnaws at him because he knows this man possesses the kind of monstrous strength that allows him to obliterate a dungeon boss with a single hit, placing him on the level of an elite knight or perhaps even transcending that realm entirely. Taking no chances, the guard quietly orders his men to keep a hawk's eye on Kettle while he rushes off to speak with the lord of the domain. At the lord's opulent mansion, the guard secures permission and steps into the private chambers. Inside sits Luke Barkin, lord of the Barkin domain in the kingdom of Gahentra, who calmly demands the reason for this urgent intrusion, only to hear that the rumored barbarian has arrived. Moving forward, Lord Luke Barkin turns his cold gaze to the captain of the guards and asks a simple question: did he grant the barbarian permission? The captain nods and admits he did, believing at the time that it would not cause any significant chaos. Lord Barkin raises a skeptical brow. wondering exactly what sort of problem the captain is implying. The captain explains that this is no ordinary savage. The barbarian seems far too powerful and might stir up catastrophic issues down the line. Lord Barkin leans in, his interest piqued, and asks, "How strong?" The captain reveals the terrifying truth. The man knocked out a skeleton knight with one blow. Barkin's eyes snap wide open. For a skeleton knight typically poses a lethal challenge even for trained knights or those at a higher tier. Yet somehow, a mere barbarian, a class known for muscle rather than brain power, managed to annihilate it with a single strike. Needing absolute certainty, Lord Barkin double-checks if this classifies the barbarian as a first-rate warrior. The captain responds grimly that the odds of that are dangerously high. Then Barkin throws in another question, asking if his power might exceed even that level, and the captain admits he honestly cannot rule it out. That answer sours Lord Barkin's mood instantly, for a barbarian of this caliber is a ticking time bomb. Their kind lives by the brutal rule that power decides everything. He orders the captain to summon the savage immediately, but the captain hesitates, wondering aloud if inviting such a beast is wise. Lord Barkin calmly explains that letting someone this powerful roam unchecked within their territory is a threat to their stability, so he must lay eyes on the man himself to establish control. The captain still wavers, citing the risk, but the Lord reminds him that his personal knight stands ready for protection. He turns to the elite knight for a second opinion. The knight scoffs with supreme confidence, claiming that while the barbarian may have brute strength, he is a mindless animal who stands no chance against the refined swordsmanship of the great swordmaster style. Lord Barkin nods with satisfaction and issues the command to bring the barbarian to him so he can handle the matter personally. Meanwhile, our protagonist sits with his party, absolutely destroying a meal, while the others watch in silence as he inhales food like a starving beast. He slams his mug down, declaring how magnificent the food tastes and how much he enjoys the peaceful vibe of this place. With a grin, he adds that the meal is on him and tells them to feast like kings, leaving them completely stunned by his generosity. He then turns to Sir Tyrannus and asks what sort of divine powers the man possesses, noting he saw nothing flashy during their dungeon run. The paladin scratches his head, clearly embarrassed, and admits that he is still a trainee and has yet to unlock his true potential. Kettle calls it a shame, but quickly shifts his attention to the cleric of Colossia, asking if there is a temple for her deity nearby. She replies that there likely isn't, as Colossia is a pariah god, rejected by the masses for being the patron of lies and trickery. Then, she looks straight at our guy and drops a question that stops the table cold. Just how strong is he? Really? Kettle admits he has no concept of his current rank, mainly because he only recently escaped the frozen hellscape of the wilderness. Curiosity burns within him, so he asks the party just what kind of level a skeleton knight actually represents. The cleric swallows hard and explains that a warrior must reach the second rate just to stand before one without dying, and only a true first-rate warrior possesses the strength to crush one as easily as Kettle did. Before they can analyze his terrifying strength further, the cafe owner approaches, trembling as he politely begs them to leave for closing time. The owner looks ready to faint from fear, but Kettle simply offers the softest apology imaginable and leads his party out into the night. Outside, he turns to ask if his temporary allies have any future plans, but panic flashes in their eyes as they instantly shout about being incredibly busy. Kettle thinks it is a shame to part ways, yet he accepts their excuses without making a scene. He waves goodbye and hopes their paths cross again. Oblivious to the frozen, desperate stares they shoot him as they flee the predator. The day finally comes to an end, and our barbarian finds an inn to rest his weary head. It is a comfortable room, enough to make the harsh memories of his survivalist past fade into the background. He collapses onto the mattress, realizing this is the first time he has touched a real bed since arriving in this strange world. It is comforting to know the dungeon loot covered the cost, because this softness feels like absolute paradise after the chaos of the snowfields. As he stares at the ceiling, his mind drifts to the future, dreaming of visiting the sacred elven forests, the magic tower, or the royal capital. These ambitious thoughts float through his mind like clouds. Eventually, sleep drags him under until a sharp knock on the door jolts him awake the next morning. He quickly wipes the drool from his face and drags himself up, opening the door to find the captain of the guard standing like a statue. Kettle rubs the sleep from his eyes and asks what is happening, only to be told that the Lord commands a face-to-face meeting. Hearing this, Kettle's eyes light up at the chance to meet the ruler, and he flashes an innocent smile before agreeing instantly. Still standing there half naked in the doorway, he tells the captain to hang tight while he throws on some clothes. The soldier stares in disbelief, not at the nudity, but at how casually this barbarian treats a royal summons, as if it were a casual hangout. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of the Lord's domain, where the bright morning sun finally reveals the city's true beauty. Kettle finds himself stunned, admiring how majestic the city looks compared to the shadowy maze he navigated last night. As he absorbs the vibrant colors and architecture, he whispers to himself that he really hit the jackpot landing in this civilization. Up ahead, the captain walks with a stiff back, sweating profusely as he wonders what the unpredictable barbarian is doing behind him. He refuses to look back, praying to every god that they reach the mansion before Kettle does something insane. At the gates, the captain announces their arrival to Lord Barkin, who welcomes them in and extends a hand with practiced grace. The Lord introduces himself with calm authority, and Kettle responds not with a grunt, but with a firm handshake and a respectful bow. This leaves the Lord visible stunned, for barbarians are not known for bowing, and he wonders if he has lived long enough to see the impossible. Recovering quickly, he compliments Kettle's impeccable manners and gestures for him to take a seat. Kettle's eyes roam the room with childlike curiosity, genuinely impressed by the castle's intricate design. It reminds him of the medieval architecture from Earth, but his gaze soon locks onto the figure beside the Lord. It is a knight in shining armor, and Kettle's face lights up with nostalgia, reminded of the RPG characters he once controlled in video games back home. However, the knight catches the stare and completely misreads the situation. He senses a dangerous aura and assumes the barbarian's eyes are burning with murderous intent. The knight's muscles tense, and his hand drifts toward his blade, ready to cut down the threat before it can strike. Before the bloodlust can boil over, Lord Barkin clears his throat and explains the meeting is simply to verify Kettle's identity. Our boy nods without complaint, and the Lord opens with the most important question: where does he come from? Kettle gives a small shrug, noting the gravity of the question, and answers that he hails from the coldest hell known to man, the snowy wasteland. His answer sucks the air out of the room, leaving both the knight and the Lord speechless. They exchange shocked glances, realizing Kettle might actually be the legendary barbarian spoken of in ancient whispers. The Lord admits the story sounds impossible, but Kettle simply tells him that survival there was a nightmare. Whether the Lord chooses to believe the truth or not is entirely up to him. Rather than push for proof, Lord Barkin shifts his gaze and asks the heavy question weighing on his soul: just how powerful is this barbarian? Kettle lets out an amused chuckle at the phrasing, dismissing the question entirely. It makes no sense to ask about his limits, because even he has never glimpsed the bottom of that abyss. Hearing this, the Lord and his knight exchange a glance heavy with silent meaning. Without missing a beat, the Lord proposes a solution: a sparring match between Kettle and his elite knight to measure the depth of his power. He sweetens the deal with a handsome reward. While our protagonist tries to wrap his head around the sudden escalation, the Lord lays down the law immediately. This is a spar, not a slaughter, and prays the barbarian can control his instincts. Our hero accepts the terms with a grin, not hesitating for a second. The Lord and the knight watch in silence as Kettle practically vibrates with excitement, eager to face a fantasy knight blessed with mystical arts. But to their noble eyes, this enthusiasm looks dangerous. It appears as though this barbarian can barely contain his lust for battle, no matter how humble he pretends to be. It sends a chill down both their spines. The moment of truth arrives. The two warriors stand face to face in the arena, the air thick with the tension of impending violence. Silently praying that no limbs are lost today, the Lord strikes a shiny bronze bell to signal the start of the duel. Across the sand, the knight scoffs, telling Kettle he should consider it the honor of a lifetime to witness such refined swordsmanship. Kettle nods calmly, but his relaxed posture strikes a nerve. The knight feels insulted that a lowly savage would dare to stand before him without fear. He drops into a stance instantly, wasting no breath, and launches himself forward, intending to demonstrate the crushing difference in their status and strength. As he prepares to thrust, his blade suddenly splits into 3 distinct images, catching our boy completely off guard. The triple blade technique makes him wonder if he is seeing things, but his instincts scream the truth: all 3 blades are lethally real. Our boy weaves through the storm of steel, dodging every strike while wondering if this flashy light show even counts as proper swordsmanship. To the knight, however, it looks like the barbarian is barely scraping by, surviving only on luck and brute instinct. Deciding to end the farce, the knight unleashes his ultimate strike. But in that split second, our boy simply lifts a finger and flicks the blade, shattering the steel into dust along with the knight's pride. He reaches out, grabbing the knight's heavy armor as if it were nothing more than a cheap shirt, and tosses him across the arena with 0 effort. Lord Balkan watches, sweating bullets. The dust settles, and the Lord stares in horror. His finest warrior was neutralized in a single breath, completely outclassed by the barbarian's terrifying might. Our boy turns casually to the VIP box, asking if they are done, leaving the Lord stammering, his mind unable to process the absolute dominance he just witnessed. He realizes that anyone who can flatten an elite knight like a bug must be superhuman at the very least, though the true ceiling of his power remains a terrifying mystery. The realization puts him on edge. An unpredictable variable this powerful could easily shatter the fragile balance of their world. Composing himself, the Lord decides this must be reported immediately to the legendary figure known as the Swordmaster, calculating that the old expert should be arriving at the estate any minute. Just as he hopes this anomaly is interesting enough to pique the master's interest, a familiar, gravelly voice speaks from the shadows beside him. He snaps his head around to find the old Swordmaster already there. Balkan sighs, muttering that the old man's creepy habit of appearing out of nowhere hasn't changed a bit. Swordmaster Kane lets out a dry chuckle, remarking that even legend needs a little amusement now and then, before cutting to the chase and asking why he was summoned in such a hurry. Lord Balkan rises, bowing respectfully, and declares it an absolute honor to receive Master Kane on such short notice. Later, as the defeated knight lies groaning in his sickbed, the door swings open. Lord Balkan enters, surprising the injured warrior with an unannounced visit. The Lord asks about his status. The knight scrambles to sit up, stammering that he will recover in a few days and apologizing profusely for his disgraceful loss. But suddenly, Swordmaster Kane steps from the shadows. He tells the knight to save his apologies for his master, scolding the fool for losing to a random barbarian. The master's sharp eyes sweep over the knight's condition, noticing a terrifying detail. Although the steel armor was obliterated beyond repair, there isn't a single scratch on the knight's actual body. If the knight had died, it would be understandable. But to be stripped of armor without suffering a bruise, that implies the barbarian held back with godlike precision. Master Kane shares his analysis, his voice grave. Their opponent was not a mindless brute, but a grandmaster capable of controlling catastrophic power with microscopic accuracy. He concludes that the man is leagues above an ordinary knight. To show such mercy requires a level of strength that is nothing short of superhuman. The revelation hits them like a thunderclap, leaving both Lord Balkan and the knight in stunned silence. A heavy silence suffocates the room. Lord Balkan clears his throat, his voice trembling as he asks the ultimate question. How does the barbarian's raw strength compare to a swordmaster? Kane answers with absolute certainty. Even if this barbarian possesses superhuman physical specs, he is nothing before the transcendental might of a true swordmaster. Cold sweat trickles down Lord Balkan's neck. He nods nervously, hanging on every word as the expert breaks it down. The master points out a terrifying anomaly. The barbarian decimated his foes without using a single drop of aura. That should be impossible. A dark thought crosses his mind. Could this be the legendary potential of the infamous Ashen Barbarian? He recalls how he once laughed at those ancient tales as mere bedtime stories. But now, knowing the man hails from the White Steppes, the master's skepticism begins to crack. The legends might hold a terrifying truth. He stares into the void, questioning if this creature is even human, or perhaps a beast crawled straight out of that cursed, frozen hell. Yet, he pauses. If the barbarian were truly a mindless monster, he would not have shown mercy to a helpless human knight. The logic doesn't add up. No, the puzzle pieces refuse to fit. Why would a survivor from the frozen wasteland suddenly descend upon civilization at this specific moment in history? Lord Balkan watches the master sink deeper into a silent abyss of thought. The tension becomes suffocating. So he tentatively asks if something is wrong. The master snaps back to reality, brushing off the concern. That is a worry for another day. He shifts the topic, throwing in a sharp comment about the emperor's incessant and absurd demands. He commands the Lord to stop trembling. He asks if the barbarian is still in the domain. When confirmed, the master scoffs he will judge this beast with his own eyes. Meanwhile, back at Lord Balkan's mansion, the captain of the guard looks to our protagonist, asking what his next move will be, but our boy Kettle is hesitant. The path ahead is a blank canvas. He had already received his hefty reward for the duel, along with the Lord's personal decree granting him absolute freedom to roam the domain without interference. Kettle considers his options. He has no grand master plan, but one thing is certain: he needs convenience. It would be incredibly annoying to have to conquer a dungeon or prove his strength every single time he crosses a border. He needs an identity. The captain nods, offering a solution. for a warrior of his caliber, there are two paths to legitimacy. Option 1, secure a high-ranking noble sponsor. Option 2, join the mercenaries. However, the second path is thorny. He would have to start from the bottom, building a reputation among a guild filled with errand boys and lowlives. The captain strongly suggests the first option. For a legend like Kettle, finding a sponsor would be child's play. But the moment the word mercenary is spoken, a blush spreads across our boy's face. In his mind, mercenaries are romantic heroes hunting monsters just like in his childhood dreams. A wide grin splits his face. He turns to the captain with sparkling eyes. "Where do I sign up?" he asks. The captain looks awkward, reluctantly pointing him toward the local guild. With the expression of a man falling in love, Kettle politely asks to be taken there immediately. Destiny calls. You see, in Kettle's mind, mercenaries are free spirits roaming the earth. A life of adventure and romance. Reality, however, is cruel. Most of the world views mercenaries as the bottom-tier scum of society. Cannon fodder thrown at dirty jobs no one else wants to touch. They are disposable pawns, often trading their lives for a few copper coins just to survive another day. Later, inside the mercenary guild, the atmosphere is toxic. One merc slaps another across the face in a fit of rage, humiliation stinging the air. The victim roars back, challenging the aggressor. The guild erupts into cheers, treating the brawl like a spectator sport and placing bets on the violence. Amidst the chaos of these madmen, a pink-haired receptionist asks her colleague, Rosa, for her opinion on the new batch of recruits. Rosa, a blonde beauty with dead eyes, looks like she wants to end it all right there. "They are all freaks," she sighs, her soul slowly leaving her body. She lists them off: a lunatic claiming to be a paladin with zero holy power, and a thief who looks like a glitchy NPC. The only normal one is a priestess, but she serves a shady lord, so she's practically a pariah. Hearing this tragic lineup, the pink-haired girl is left speechless. The quality of recruits has hit rock bottom. Rosa lets out a soul-deep sigh. She hates this dead-end job, babysitting brain-dead monkeys who fight over nothing while she rots behind a desk. She clasps her hands, wishing for a handsome knight in shining armor to kick down the door and whisk her away from this nightmare. And as if the gods were listening, the guild doors swing open with dramatic flair. Rosa snaps to attention, her professional mask sliding back into place. Radiating the aura of an absolute apex predator, our boy Kettle makes his grand entrance. Instantly, the noise dies, the brawling monkeys freeze, the air turns heavy as they realize who just walked in: the ashen barbarian. Jaws hit the floor, eyes bulge. Kettle looks around, confused by the sudden silence, wondering if he has dirt on his face. He approaches the counter casually. The guild girl, realizing who stands before her, starts vibrating like a leaf in a hurricane. She stammers, terrified to ask why a monster of his caliber is here. She knows one wrong move could be her last because the tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. She absolutely could not afford to offend this man. Upon hearing her question, Kettle reveals his ambitions. He has a mountain of reasons, but the peak of his desire is simple: to etch his name into history. She hesitates, asking if he is truly prepared to grind through the endless achievements needed to become a legendary mercenary. Kettle does not blink. He confirms his resolve. With a trembling hand, she requests the registration fee of 5 coppers, along with his name and age. The barbarian states his name with pride, but when it comes to his age, he pauses. He honestly has no idea how many winters he has survived. Improvising on the spot, Rosa decides to fill in a number that looks right just to finalize the paperwork. The process concludes. She hands him a bronze badge, cold, heavy, and shiny. It is the official proof of his new life as a mercenary, a treasure he must never lose. Staring at that simple piece of metal, the barbarian's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. He immediately demands to know if there are requests available, his terrifying excitement catching her completely off guard. Regaining her composure, she presents the request board, displaying the only missions a rookie recruit is qualified to accept. Kettle's expression drops. He stares in shock at the pathetic list of chores that an F-rank mercenary is limited to. Seeing his darkened face, cold sweat trickles down Rosa's spine. Rumors say barbarians are a proud and violent race. She braces herself, fearing he might destroy the guild in a fit of rage, voice trembling. She stammers that he can accept glorious subjugation quests once he builds his reputation, but to her shock, he has already made his choice. His massive finger lands on a humble herb-gathering request. Rosa blinks, asking if he is absolutely certain he wants to pick flowers. Kettle nods firmly. He asks for the tactical details, specifically the location of the target flora. The guild receptionist pulls out a reference sketch of the red plant, explaining that they grow just beyond the village walls. With that intel, the barbarian leaps to his feet. He cheerfully announces he is on the job and marches out, leaving Rosa flabbergasted by the overwhelming level of chill vibes radiating from this giant. The door swings shut. Rosa sits frozen in sheer confusion, while her colleague shuffles over, shaking like a leaf in the presence of an apex predator. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the village, deep in the forest. Kettle discovers a patch of earth overflowing with the target herbs. He wastes no time. Stripping off his heavy gear, he dons a humble straw hat to block the scorching sun and begins harvesting with the focus of a grandmaster. Barely an hour passes before he storms back into the guild. He slams a massive sack onto the counter, the heavy thud echoing through the room for Rosa to inspect. Flashing an innocent, blinding smile, he asks if the quantity is sufficient. She confirms it, internally wondering if this man just deforested an entire ecosystem. However, as she inspects the goods, her jaw drops. The herbs are in pristine condition. Usually, low-rank mercenaries are brutes who rip the plants out like savages, destroying the roots and plummeting their value. But this is art. Seeing her amazement, Kettle puffs out his chest. He boasts about how skilled he is with his fingers, a comment that makes Rosa shift awkwardly in her seat. Regardless of the awkward phrasing, she slides a tray toward him. A single silver coin sits there, a reward that barely buys a loaf of stale bread. Yet, Kettle stares at the coin as if it were a crown jewel. The sensation of earning this money, it hits him different. This is wealth forged from his own sweat and honest labor, bringing a wholesome sense of satisfaction that battle never could. Energized, he rockets out of his chair. He slams his hands down and demands the next mission immediately. Rosa is stunned. The barbarian is actually happy with pocket change. He shocks her further by declaring he intends to work until the sun falls from the sky. The poor receptionist internally weeps. Fate is cruel. The handsome new recruit has turned out to be a total weirdo, just like every other mercenary. It does not take long for the barbarian hero to become a whirlwind of productivity. He crushes quest after quest, signing up for his third cleaning mission in a row. The receptionist begins to suspect this warrior might actually be an obsessive clean freak. She finalizes the paperwork, and he marches off toward the warehouse, humming with delight. He is absolutely thrilled about the prospect of manual labor. Upon arrival, he startles the warehouse owner. He politely announces he is the cleaning crew and confirms she is the boss. The job is finished in a blink. For a man with muscles of steel, lifting heavy crates is less of a workout and more of a warm-up. His crusade continues on the streets. He grabs a broom and sweeps with such explosive enthusiasm that he creates a dust storm, though he quickly masters his strength, turning sweeping into a martial art. Meanwhile, Master Kane observes from a distance, peering through a pair of binoculars, hiding behind a hilariously suspicious disguise that screams spy. He squints, trying to decode the barbarian's actions. It makes no sense. This man possesses strength that could topple empires. Why is he wasting his God-given talents on peasant chores when he could live like a king? Yet, the longer Kane watches, the more the truth settles in. Kettle isn't just killing time. He is genuinely enjoying himself. He puts his soul into every sweep of the broom. Kane is left baffled, unable to reconcile this gentle giant with the ruthless beast he knows exists within. As the sun begins to set, the barbarian returns to the guild after a marathon of labor. Rosa hands him a heavy coin pouch, the total reward for clearing an insane 15 different quests in a single day. 15 silver coins. He accepts the payment with a face radiating pure light, promising he will return tomorrow. The legend of the hardworking barbarian has officially begun. As he strides through the town, his sheer presence screams danger. Terrified children burst into tears the moment they lay eyes on him. Even the adults cast gazes filled with judgment heavy enough to crush a soul. Yet, he remains unfazed, cheerfully making his way toward the local library. He steps inside, and the librarian offers a hesitant greeting. But her smile instantly freezes as his massive frame fills the room. With surprising politeness, he asks permission to read. Once granted, he gathers a stack of books and begins flipping through them in silence. The librarian peeks over, eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, a swordmaster watching from the shadows cannot believe his own eyes. A barbarian, known for savagery, is reading with the focus of a scholar. Is the education in the Snowfield tribes completely different, Or is this specific warrior simply a miraculous exception? After devouring a thick tome on history, our protagonist snaps the book shut. He reflects on the bloody past, / the Empire emerged victorious, crushing the kingdom in the Great War. A memory surfaces, / years ago. Milena visited the snowfields to smuggle weapons to that very kingdom. Yet, the Empire's might was absolute, / now, the once proud kingdom is nothing more than a vassal state, bowing to imperial rule. Since that victory, the Empire has swallowed nearly half the human world, / its hunger is endless, expanding as if to consume the entire planet. Having absorbed the history of human conquest, and their thirst for domination, he shifts his gaze, / enough with boring humans, it is time to study the non-human realm. He grabs another book, eager to discover the fantastical beings that inhabit this wild new world. First, the massive dwarven cavern, Mantimia, / a place said to overflow with rare ores that glitter like pure treasure, / then, the fairy village of Pisarapia, a location that sounds like it was plucked straight from a dream. The pages reveal the floating cities of the sky, known as Lagamraya, home to celestial beings, / and finally, the hidden elven sanctuary, Alo Sagrado, / a place so elusive, even history's strongest rulers failed to find it. Kettle chuckles to himself, / if anyone can breach that sanctuary, it will be him. But just as confidence swells, a new topic catches him off guard. It seems there are hellscapes just as extreme as the snowfield he crawled out of. They are called demon zones, / forbidden lands where humanity is absolutely not welcome. The entities there defy all logic, / they look nothing like ordinary monsters. There are only 5 such zones, yet each spans a massive territory, / and each sounds more unhinged than the last. The silent forest, where absolute stillness swallows all, / the abyss, a void that drags everything into corruption. The deep sea, where twisted aquatic primates breathe like men, / the hollow pit, a realm of creeping nothingness where life cannot exist. And, of course, the snowfield, / the very hellscape our hero calls home. Inside these forbidden regions, terrifying monsters known as aberrations reign supreme, yet they cannot cross into the human realm, / Kettle pauses, realizing just how impossibly vast this world truly is. The snowfield alone was endless, / to think there are multiple places just like it. It is sheer insanity. Soaking in this new knowledge, he rises with gratitude, / he thanks the librarian, who nods nervously, too intimidated to speak. Our hero strolls back to the Adventurers Guild. He approaches the receptionist, Rosa, with casual energy, / any new quests available today. She hands him fresh request forms, / meanwhile, watching from a distance, Master Kane makes his move, / it is time to confront the mysterious Ashen Barbarian. Night falls over the city. Kettle returns, satisfied, / he managed to crush over a dozen requests in a single day. He marvels at the rewards, / those tiny quests have stacked up to a small fortune. Walking alone under the dim moonlight, ambition burns within him, / at this pace, global fame is just around the corner. However, he remains blissfully unaware of the danger lurking ahead. A certain hooded figure is already waiting for him around the bend. Suddenly, the hooded old man steps into his path, / he locks eyes with Kettle, trying to project a mysterious swordmaster aura. But Kettle casually destroys the moment, / he reveals he knew the old man was tailing him all day, leaving Master Kane visibly shaken. What exactly do you want from me? Kane is stunned into silence, / he was certain of his stealth, / how could someone with ordinary senses detect him when no one else ever had? Just then, a shockwave of disbelief hits the swordmaster as the massive barbarian reaches for his weapon. Without a shred of fear, Kettle wonders aloud if this shriveled old man is actually a bandit in disguise. When silence is his only answer, Kettle nods to himself, genuinely impressed that an intruder managed to bypass the city's ironclad border security. Master Kane burns with the urge to reveal his true identity as the legendary swordmaster, but the sheer blow to his pride seals his lips shut. However, the accidental bullying is far from over. Kettle sighs, remarking what a tragedy it is that the economy has collapsed so hard, forcing a frail elder to turn to a life of petty crime. But that pity quickly transforms into a smug, predatory grin as a brilliant idea strikes him. Capturing a bandit skilled enough to infiltrate this town would surely skyrocket his reputation at the mercenary guild instantly. Although Master Kane is seething at this gross misunderstanding, he realizes this might be the perfect chance to see if this barbarian is a worthy adversary. This is the only way he can test the boy's true power without holding anything back. But as the barbarian closes the distance, the old master's eyes widen in horror. His opponent vanishes into thin air right before him. Before his brain can even process the impossible speed, Kettle materializes mere inches from his face, a massive hand reaching out with the velocity of a lightning strike. With a desperate reflex, the swordmaster jerks away at the last second, earning a nod of respect from Kettle for moving so well despite having one foot in the grave. Master Kane nearly suffers a heart attack on the spot, the cold realization hitting him that if he had been a millisecond slower, it would have been game over. But the true terror lies in the fact that he did not sense a single drop of aura emanating from Kettle during that strike, while the barbarian flashes a wholesome smile, praising the elder's dodge. Master Kane questions if that monstrous speed was born from pure physical prowess alone. Deciding to end this charade, the swordmaster's expression darkens as he unleashes his killing intent, prepared to go all out. Yet, his momentum is crushed instantly when the barbarian disappears again, reappearing behind him and gripping his shoulder with enough force to shatter bone. The swordmaster is left reeling, terrified that even with his heightened senses, he could not detect a trace of the boy's movement. Before he can react, Kettle locks him into a submission hold, and Master Kane struggles with every ounce of his might, only to find himself trapped in an immovable vice. Realizing this has become a battle of raw power, the swordmaster detonates his internal energy, pushing back with the force of a raging storm. Feeling that sudden surge of resistance, Kettle looks genuinely impressed as Master Kane finally manages to rip himself free from the grip. The old master puffs his chest out, pride momentarily restored, until Kettle ruins the mood by noting that modern bandits know some shockingly advanced martial arts. He observes the blue mana surging through the old man's entire body, a feat reserved for first-rate elites, making it bizarre that someone of this caliber would stoop to being a lowly criminal. Meanwhile, Master Kane stares in bewilderment, wondering what kind of monster this clueless brute is made of. The mana cloaking his body acts like a jagged blade that should shred any normal human upon the slightest touch. Yet, this barbarian remains completely unscathed. Kettle casually admits he doesn't know the technique, but he knows one thing for sure. Playtime is officially over. Sensing the shift in the air, the swordmaster instinctively reaches for his blade. But before steel can even leave the sheath, the ashen barbarian calmly slides the guard back down, sealing the weapon. The humiliation burns hotter than fire, and Kane strains with all his might to draw his sword, but it is helpless against the weight of Kettle's single finger. Watching that colossal hand inch closer to his face, the legendary swordmaster finally accepts the grim reality that his time has come. With effortless grace, the barbarian hoists the old man over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, marveling at the strange standards for bandits in this fantasy world. Arriving at the guard tower, the captain stands frozen in absolute shock to see the ashen barbarian dragging Master Kane around like a house pet. At first glance, the captain assumes Kettle has committed treason by attacking the swordmaster, but when the boy cheerfully requests to report a captured bandit, the captain's jaw crashes through the floor in disbelief. With a blindingly radiant smile, Kettle asks if his mercenary ranking will rise now that he has brought in such a dangerous fugitive. Barely able to breathe, the captain tries to comprehend how a man who transcended human limits was captured by a barbarian and hauled in like a stray dog. After taking a deep, stabilizing breath, the captain firmly explains that the prisoner is, in fact, not a bandit at all. Naturally, our genius barbarian connects the dots and concludes that the guard must be the bandit's accomplice. The guard bows low, proclaiming that the battered old man is actually the legendary swordmaster of the Gera kingdom. But Kettle, he does not buy it for a second. With a face carved from stone, he insists that this senile bandit only attacked him to wrap his wrinkly fingers around some silver coins. The guard is sweating bullets, swearing on his life that he could never mistake the swordmaster's visage. When Kettle suggests the geezer use sneaky illusion magic to disguise himself, the captain counters immediately. Someone with that level of magic would be a titled mage anyway, making our boy wonder if Master is just a participation trophy around here. Sick of listening to the brain-dead barbarian spewing nonsense, the knight captain confirms the identity one last time. He turns on his heel to report this catastrophe to his liege. Deep within the mansion, Lord Barkin is nearly paralyzed with shock. Master Kane, the pinnacle of strength destroyed by a random barbarian. Hours later, Kettle stands before them. He offers a polite apology to Master Kane, who swallows his pride and apologizes for the unfortunate misunderstanding. A suffocating silence descends upon the room, thick enough to cut with a knife. Lord Barkin and the captain are reeling, A swordmaster has lost a duel for the first time in history. This means the Ashen Barbarian is stronger than the kingdom's elite warriors. Even if Master Kane is a bottom-tier master who only recently ascended to superhuman status, he is still a master. For Kettle to crush him so easily, the boy is a monster in human skin. The sheer implication gives Lord Barkin a migraine. He excuses himself, telling the two warriors to settle their grievances in private before his head explodes. Alone at last, Master Kane and our boy lock eyes. The old man simply cannot admit he got surgically dismantled and had his pride ground into dust. Finally, he gathers his composure. He introduces himself as Swordmaster Kane. Kettle pauses, genuinely asking if Swordmaster is his actual first name. Kane sighs, explaining that it is a noble rank of power, not something written on his birth certificate. Kettle asks if that strange move earlier was a Swordmaster power, and when Lord Kane manifests arcane energy around his hand, our boy nearly jumps out of his chair in pure excitement. Before, Kettle dismissed it as a cheap bandit trick, but knowing it is the signature ability of a master, he is completely enchanted by the cool factor. Lord Kane explains that what he is witnessing is aura, the physical manifestation of pure arcane energy. Recalling how insanely epic the glowing aura made the senile old man look, Kettle's eyes light up. He demands to know how to use it immediately. To put it simply, Lord Kane says aura is the projection of arcane power. When Kettle asks if it is like mana, the man explains that arcane is the root force. It becomes aura for swordsmen and mana for mages. This mysterious power hooks our boy instantly. He eagerly begs the man to teach him, swallowing his shame to admit he has zero foundation in it. Lord Kane is baffled. Why would someone who already crushed a swordmaster need to learn the basics? But Kettle explains he lacks technique entirely. Right now, he just goes wild and swings his weapon like a caveman. Hearing this soothes the swordmaster's ego. He convinces himself he only lost because he never drew the weapon he has mastered. Desperate to restore his shattered dignity and reputation, Lord Kane decides to reclaim his honor by educating this savage. He agrees to the request, declaring solemnly that he is only half a man without his blade in hand. Kettle nods enthusiastically. It makes total sense that Kane was so pathetic earlier since he was unarmed. The blunt honesty nearly gives the old man a stroke. Then, our boy muses it would be sad if the kingdom handed out titles to weaklings like candy, which makes Kane's blood boil. But Kettle softens the blow, admitting that Master Kane probably would have won the fight if he used his blade. Hearing that restores just a sliver of the old man's self-respect. Back in his previous life, Kettle had studied swordsmanship with some seriousness. Yet, he realizes those earth techniques are garbage compared to this realm's arcane-infused style. The scene shifts. The training arc is already underway. Lord Kane grips his hilt, explaining that his style balances the line between reality and illusion. He turns to Kettle, asking what exactly the boy witnessed when he faced his disciple earlier. Kettle recalls the man he stomped earlier. He asks with genuine confusion if that weakling was really Lord Kane's student. He describes the technique. The man's sword seemed to split into 3 separate strikes, all of them real, carrying zero deception. With that revelation, the concept of embodiment finally clicks within Kettle's mind. He stares down the elder, demanding to know if their swordsmanship is born of refined skill or mere brute force. In response, the old master draws his blade, letting a spectral green aura ignite along the steel, seizing Kettle's gaze instantly. Yet, he grumbles under his breath, lamenting the disgrace of teaching such a noble art to a savage barbarian. To prove his point, he drives the blade into the earth. The ground shatters as his single strike miraculously divides into 5 precise slashes. He launches into a lecture on how these techniques coexist and evolve, droning on with complex theory. But Kettle ignores the lesson entirely, casually remarking that he could probably mimic that skill right now. The sword saint scoffs in disbelief, dismissing the notion as utter nonsense. He refuses to accept that a novice could replicate in seconds what took him a lifetime of blood and sweat to master. But Kettle does not hesitate. He swings his heavy axe, and to everyone's horror, the strike actually splits into 5 distinct paths. The old man freezes, his jaw practically hitting the floor, his mind unable to comprehend the impossibility before him. When Kettle asks if the form was accurate, the master admits it looked real, but the barbarian had only used godlike speed to fake the visual effect. The elder admits he was nearly deceived for a split second. Regaining his dignity, he barks that there was no true technique behind that brute force swing. Kettle replies calmly, arguing that since swordsmanship is designed for killing, the method is irrelevant. If the enemy dies, Shouldn't the final result matter more than the fancy way it was achieved? The words strike deep. The old man trembles, actual tears forming as he realizes the barbarian's savage logic might hold a painful truth. But Lord Cain is a grandmaster, and he refuses to be humiliated so easily. Desperate to prove his superiority, he unleashes a legendary move where his physical form seems to fracture into multiple clones. With pride swelling in his chest, he declares this the bodily separation, a feat achievable only through absolute aura mastery. He glares at Kettle, issuing a direct challenge to see if the savage can copy a miracle like this. Without a wasted breath, the barbarian steps forward, moving at supersonic speeds. He creates an afterimage so perfect it mimics the separation technique. The sheer wind pressure rips the roof off the building, stirring up a catastrophic whirlwind of debris. Standing amidst the ruin, the ashen barbarian asks if his form was correct. The old master collapses to his knees, weeping openly. His worldview shatters. He cannot bear the thought that a brute could mimic his life's work with mere physical prowess. Kettle looks down at him, noting that for such a stern warrior, the old man certainly wears his heart on his sleeve. Trying to salvage the mood, Kettle assures him the swordsmanship is genuinely impressive. He confesses that he truly just swung his axe with maximum velocity, admitting it wasn't real martial arts at all. This tiny scrap of praise is all the fuel the old master needs to reignite his spirit. He immediately spirals into self-satisfaction, convinced that he alone stands at the pinnacle of illusion and reality. Clenching his fist, he whispers that his technique is flawless. The only problem, he decides, is that this barbarian is simply a freak of nature beyond all logic. Kettle then shifts the tone, humbly asking if the elder will teach him the true essence behind the techniques. Lord Cain, recovering from his emotional roller coaster, offers an apology for his unsightly breakdown. His voice turns serious. He explains that the first step on the path to power is the absolute control of aura. To achieve this, one must first grasp the true nature of the arcane. Lord Cain reveals that the higher realms are locked to all who cannot awaken the arcane, save for the chosen few blessed by the divine. Intrigued, Kettle asks if this divine power is a separate entity entirely. Master Cain clarifies that a divine gift is a miracle bestowed by the gods themselves. It has zero connection to a warrior's blood, sweat, or personal talent. He speaks of the arcane as a dormant force sleeping within every soul, the primal origin from which all power flows. He then outlines the 5 legendary stages of arcane mastery. The first step is deceptively simple, requiring nothing more than sensing its hidden presence. Kettle wonders aloud if every person on Earth is capable of such a feat, but the old man shakes his head solemnly, explaining that only those who can feel the energy belong to the elite 3rd class. As the lecture on the 5 stages continues, a memory flickers in Kettle's mind. It connects perfectly with something Milena once mentioned, and the puzzle pieces finally click into place. The old swordmaster adds a crucial caveat. This structure is merely a map, not the terrain. The boundaries between warrior classes are fluid, shifting like sand in the wind. Theory time is over. The two of them prepare to step into the realm of the supernatural, beginning with the first stage, arcane perception. Master Cain guides him into a meditative state. To awaken this power, he must push his senses beyond the mortal limit. He needs to feel the world, not just see it. He explains the sensation. It should be subtle, like the wind caressing his skin or a ghostly second presence hovering nearby. Kettle focuses intensely for a few seconds, then bluntly delivers the verdict he feels absolutely nothing. Master Cain blinks in disbelief. He never expected a warrior of this caliber to hit a wall so quickly. He admits his miscalculation. Usually, those with Kettle's monstrous physical strength possess a natural affinity for sensing the unseen. For most warriors, the body teaches the mind. Slowly gaining arcane perception is the norm, making this barbarian a bizarre anomaly who defies centuries of martial wisdom. Master Cain speculates on the cause. Perhaps it is a strange side effect of the White Wasteland's harsh environment. Kettle confirms the suspicion. Among his people, the concept of arcane is as alien as peace itself. Understanding the hurdle, the swordmaster nods gravely. If the front door is locked, they will kick it down. He offers to inject his own energy into Kettle to forcibly tear open the pathway. The technical jargon flies right over Kettle's head, but he understands one thing. A power transfer is imminent. Excitement bubbles up within him. Master Cain is about to gift him some high-level aura. With the greedy soul of a true aura farmer, Kettle radiates anticipation. He does not care how it works. He is more than ready to claim the loot. He drops to the ground, expectations sky high. The Swordmaster instructs him to release all tension and turn his gaze inward, into the depths of his own body. Master Kane steps forward. He places a steady hand against the barbarian's back and begins to pour his refined aura into the vessel. But instantly, the master freezes. His composure cracks as he senses the terrifying reality inside this man. He begins to question if this creature is even human. Kettle's insides are not flesh and blood, they are harder than diamond. His muscle density is so catastrophic it resembles a gravitational singularity. Oblivious to the existential crisis occurring behind him, Kettle twists his neck. Why has the flow stopped? He demands to know what the holdup is. Startled, the old man stammers a weak excuse, claiming he was merely lost in deep contemplation. But the truth is far more concerning. Master Kane realizes he has hit an immovable object. He simply cannot reach Kettle's arcane core. It is not just resistance. As he pushes his aura, he feels it being devoured. Kettle's body is an endless abyss, a void that threatens to crush the master with raw, physical pressure. Defeated, he retracts his hand. The method is a failure. Kettle's face falls instantly. His disappointment is immeasurable, and his day is thoroughly ruined. Confusion swirls in his eyes. He asks the dreaded question, is he simply talentless? Is he destined to be a magicless brute forever? Master Kane shakes his head firmly. It is not a lack of potential, but mere external channeling is like trying to fill the ocean with a cup. It is not enough to draw out the power. There is only one path left. A monster like him must awaken the arcane on his own. The real issue, however, is that Kane could not detect even a whisper of energy within Kettle's colossal frame. Baffled, our hero asks if he is truly empty. The master explains he cannot confirm anything because Kettle's body defies all known laws of anatomy. The Swordmaster clarifies the mechanics. Aura requires a smooth path to flow through the body. But Kettle is built like a fortress without doors. His muscles are so absurdly solid that even spiritual energy cannot penetrate the density to travel inside. The realization hits hard. Even a top-tier Swordmaster is powerless here. Kettle pouts like a denied child, grumbling that the cool, mysterious powers will forever remain out of reach. Master Kane offers a sliver of hope. He cannot speak in absolutes. Perhaps a Grandmaster with a stronger aura, or the wizards at the Mage Tower, could pierce that impenetrable hide. The Master apologizes profusely for his inadequacy, but Kettle shifts gears instantly. If there is a chance, that is enough. He brushes off the failure with a grin, unbothered. He bows respectfully, thanking the aging swordsman for every scrap of wisdom imparted today. Master Kane is stunned into silence. Every barbarian he has ever known was a mindless engine of destruction, incapable of basic etiquette. This one is different. Seeing the potential, Master Kane asks if Kettle would consider a new path pledging loyalty to the king and ascending to nobility. With power like his, he would easily rise through the ranks. Kane vows to sponsor him personally, handing him wealth and status on a silver platter. It is a temptation that would break lesser men, but our hero turns it down without hesitation. He belongs to the road and refuses to be tethered to one spot. A shadow of disappointment crosses the Swordmaster's face. To lose such a chaotic variable is a blow to the Empire's future strength. He presses one last time. Is Kettle truly willing to walk away from a once-in-a-lifetime ticket to the aristocracy? But the barbarian makes his stance clear. He is a free spirit who bows to no crown and answers to no master. Silence reigns as the Swordmaster is left wordless. Kettle offers his gratitude one last time, thanking Master Kane for every lesson before turning to leave. Later, walking the lonely halls, the old master reflects on his own naivety. It was foolish to believe a force of nature like Kettle could ever be tamed. That absolute free will makes him terrifying. He is far more dangerous than any mindless demon crawling out of the snowfields. A frustrated sigh escapes Kane's lips. He questions the Emperor's sanity. Why try to conquer the demon realm now? Of all times. Back in the chambers of Lord Luke Barkin, the Lord presses for the truth. He asks if the Emperor truly plans to invade the demon lands. Kane confirms the worst. It is a death sentence disguised as reconnaissance, sending good men to their graves. That reckless ambition alone speaks volumes. It raises a chilling suspicion that the Emperor might be the reincarnation of the mad tyrants of old. The Empire hasn't even fully conquered the human realm yet. Kane warns that their time is running out. The summons could come at any moment. He warns the Lord of the growing darkness. / dungeon outbreaks are escalating, likely fueled by the blight spreading from the demon realm. Whatever the cause, it is humanity that will pay the ultimate price. Then, Kane drops the final bombshell, / the biggest anomaly to ever escape the wasteland is now roaming free. With the grim report finished, he asks for the Lord's judgment. Lord Barkin believes Kettle is not their enemy, but he remains cautious, / only time will reveal what path the Ashen Barbarian will choose to walk. After giving the Swordmaster a mental breakdown, a new day dawns. / Kettle is back to exploring the Varkin territory like a happy wanderer, but he notices a disturbing trend. / wherever he steps, children weep and cling to their mothers in terror. Even grown men scramble to get out of his path. / he wonders if the fear comes from his savage rags rather than his monstrous physique. He is currently draped in a beast hide vest. / it doesn't exactly scream civilized society to the common folk. Today's mission is clear. / it is time to acquire some civilized clothing. He steps into a high-end boutique. / rows of colorful fabrics and elegant garments line the shelves. The moment the manager spots the hulking beast entering his shop, he nearly faints from sheer terror. Imagine a towering barbarian looking down at you, demanding a fashion upgrade. Trembling on the verge of tears, the manager apologizes. / they have nothing in giant sizes. / however, he frantically offers a custom order with perfect tailoring. This news brightens Kettle's mood instantly. / he excitedly places the order. The manager takes his details, promising to send word the moment it is finished. The poor tailor knows the stakes. / if the clothes don't satisfy the barbarian's taste, both his business and his life might be forfeit. Measurements complete, Kettle heads back to the guild hall. / suddenly, something catches his eye on the roadside. / a curious blue gem. Intrigued, he picks it up. / examining it closely, he finds himself mesmerized by its strange, deep luster. Innocently, Kettle pockets the shiny treasure. / he decides to ask the guild staff about its origins. As usual, he goes straight to Rosa at the reception. / the barbarian hands over the stone, asking for an appraisal. Rosa inspects it briefly and shakes her head. / this is no ordinary gemstone. The surface is too smooth to be natural. / it feels artificial, as if carved by a skilled hand. There are no markings or inscriptions. / but as the humble receptionist gazes into the blue orb, the light begins to pull her in. Kettle snaps his fingers, jolting Rosa from her trance. She gasps, returning to reality. / Kettle asks if she's alright, having stepped in before the object could fully entrap her mind. She hadn't even realized she was slipping away. / now. Rosa can feel a bizarre, ominous energy oozing from the mysterious orb. She offers to find a professional appraiser, but Kettle declines. / he prefers to investigate this mystery himself. For him, uncovering hidden secrets is just another part of the adventure. Before leaving, he checks the job board. / it is filled with menial labor pulling weeds, digging potatoes, cleaning sewers, / the humble grind. Most mercenaries would scoff at such trash tasks, but Kettle is delighted to handle novice work. He blitzes through the list with terrifying efficiency, collects his rewards, and retires to his room after a fulfilling day. Before sleep claims him, he pulls out the mysterious orb once more. / he ponders its nature. He recalls Rosa's reaction. / she looked as if she were losing her soul to its hypnotic gaze. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoes from within the stone. / it beckons him. His consciousness is pulled inward. / the voice guides him, projecting a mental map that leads into the unknown. He recognized the sensation immediately, a mental domination spell. Since he had time to kill on this beautiful night, he decided to humor the disembodied voice in his head. Slipping his beast hide vest back on, he followed the magical breadcrumbs. Honestly, at this point, the whispering voice was becoming more annoying than mysterious. After hacking through a jungle of wild vines and navigating the city's desolate outskirts, he finally discovered the entrance to a concealed cavern. A smirk of amusement played on his lips. With zero hesitation, he stepped into the gloom to meet whatever unknown entity lay in wait. Unaware of the danger, or perhaps simply uncaring, Kettle was being watched the moment his boot hit the floor of the dingy cave. To the observer, he was nothing more than fresh meat. A large, dumb barbarian perfect for a sacrificial offering. The skeletal monstrosity behind the surveillance spell trembled with glee. Finally, the 10th sacrifice needed for his grand resurrection had arrived. Centuries ago, during an era of endless war, kingdoms crumbled to dust. The architect of that chaos was a single evil mage who feasted on human emotion. He twisted the minds of monarchs like puppets, ruling empires from the shadows and bathing the world in blood. But eventually, karma came for him. His atrocities grew too bold, and he was hunted down by a legendary band of heroes. Moments before his death, he performed a forbidden ritual. He severed his soul from his body and sealed it within a life vessel, reborn as a lich. Now, an immortal spirit bound to a phylactery, the wicked mage who once dominated the continent waited in the dark, plotting his return. The ritual demanded a heavy price in souls. To gather them, he established a base in this remote, forgotten territory. He scattered bewitching orbs across the land to lure the foolish and the weak. Every innocent life taken was fuel for the mana required for his true revival. Once the ritual is complete, he plans to descend upon the world once more, wielding power that eclipses his former glory. Countless years have drifted by, and his terrifying ambition is finally within arm's reach. Yet, he found himself puzzled. Why would a barbarian wander into such a quiet sacrifice farm? Those savages from the north rarely leave their frozen nests. Still, considering the brute's massive frame, the mana yield would be exquisite. The lure orb was specifically enchanted to target those with zero resistance to magic. It should only snare the ignorant. The lich felt confident this trapped barbarian was just another muscle-bound simpleton with no arcane awareness. He allowed the intruder to proceed deeper into the trap. The voice whispered sweeter lies, eager to claim the final foundation stone for his glorious return. Meanwhile, Kettle strolled down the dank hallway like a tourist. Kicking open the ancient wooden gate, he found the freakish skeleton mage trying desperately to farm aura. Realizing the creature before him was a genuine lich, Kettle's eyes lit up. He practically exploded with excitement. According to his knowledge, these monsters were mages who reached the pinnacle of dark arts. They were the ultimate bosses of fantasy lore. The barbarian was completely nerding out. Seeing the intruder grin instead of scream, a flicker of unease rattled the lich's ribcage. Now Kettle understood everything. The orb's potent luring ability made perfect sense with a monster of this caliber behind it. The lich, however, began to doubt his own eyes. He could not sense a shred of mana coming from the meathead. If this man was just a normal barbarian, he should be cowering. The only explanation was a high-tier mental protection artifact, an item powerful enough to completely nullify the senses of an archlich. He internally praised the barbarian's dumb luck for finding such a treasure. Of course, Kettle had no idea what the skeleton was overthinking about. The lich waved his scepter, commanding the loose bones of the crypt to rise. He threatened to crush Kettle, unleashing a swarm of minions to subdue the sacrifice. But Kettle was in paradise. This was a classic fantasy encounter, a dungeon raid against an evil lich. The moment the first skeleton entered his range, Kettle didn't use a weapon. He simply slapped the pile of bones into the dirt. The impact was so devastating that the skull shattered on contact, sending a shiver of fear down the summoner's spine. Kettle frowned, thinking his slap was a bit flimsy, though the results were decent. With his pride stung, the lich targeted the barbarian's limbs for the next wave. It didn't matter if the sacrifice was crippled. He just needed the body warm and breathing for the ceremony. The next wave of skeletons was an upgrade. These ones were armed with rusted swords. Kettle scoffed. He threw a haymaker that obliterated the first skeleton's jaw, then instantly pivoted to shatter another skull with a casual backhand. A brutal roundhouse kick reduced the third to dust. The fourth was slammed into the ground with contemptuous ease. Watching his elite minions crumble like dry twigs, the lich's jaw practically hit the floor. Thankfully, Kettle was a veteran of dungeon runs. He knew exactly how to handle these bony bastards. Brute force to the skull was the meta. Honestly, he was disappointed the lich hadn't summoned a death knight or a mini-boss. Hearing the barbarian lament the lack of challenge shattered the lich's remaining pride. The bag of bones stammered in rage. Playtime was over. Raising his scepter high, he began a forbidden chant. A new summon rose from the depths, its body encased in heavy armor forged from pure mana. A skeleton knight emerges from the gloom, but Kettle isn't impressed. He already one-shotted one of these brittle jokes not long ago. Still, he tries to convince himself. Maybe, just maybe, a knight forged by a lich will actually put up a fight. The kill order drops, and the undead warrior spurs into action. Kettle squares his shoulders, bracing for the impact. The blade swings midway through the charge. Kettle decides to run a little durability test on the poor bastard. Pure boredom is painted on his face as his fist punches a clean hole through the knight's supposedly legendary armor. Just like the first time he dealt with this trash, it is an absolute stomp. But unlike the last one he dumpstered, this pile of bones has enough juice for round 2. Kettle is actually pleasantly surprised by its tenacity. The lich frantically pumps mana into the knight, pushing his energy to the limit just to keep the summon alive. The bag of bones snarls at Kettle, even as its joints grind into dust. Kettle just stands there, waiting to see what the crippled knight has left. He clenches his fist and times a perfect, straightforward punch to the skull. Once again, the knight is launched through the air like a bony ragdoll. It crashes into the cavern walls, bones shattering into debris. The lich feels his dream of resurrection slipping through his skeletal fingers. Kettle steps forward, his heavy boots crushing the loose bones scattered across the floor. He asks the lich if that was it. He is completely underwhelmed by this fantasy world's so-called final boss. The lich is baffled. He can't sense an iota of arcane energy from this barbarian. Even an artifact would have mana leaks. He is forced to accept the impossible truth. The man standing in front of him is simply built different. An absolute monster taking down a death knight with nothing but raw physical stats. In countless years of existence, the lich has never seen something so absurd. Deeming Kettle a worthy sacrifice, the lich prepares to handle the barbarian personally. He urges the human to feel honored by a lich's direct wrath. The shadows deepen, but instead of fear, Kettle looks positively intrigued. He looks around. Nothing remains but an endless void stretching into infinity. Being trapped in this zone of terror shall be the price for daring to trespass on the sanctuary with such blatant disrespect. He says this as if he didn't summon innocent people here with a lure. Even the lich realizes the stupidity of his own threats. Everyone in this hellhole is a victim of the scattered orbs, and Kettle is no exception. The prideful lich throws a tantrum, declaring himself a great and mighty sorcerer. The mastermind who toppled 5 kingdoms and clashed with ancient heroes Kartos Bernulus Kessis. Kettle recalls the elf queen he met a few days ago. That girl had a really long name too. While Kettle is busy zoning out over long-ass names, Kartos cooks up a spell to turn him into a cornerstone of resurrection. Dark energy shoots from the scepter, drilling into his line of sight. His vision spins as he fixates on the rotating abyss. It is a spell that dominates human emotions. It drags out negative feelings to trap the victim's soul. It renders them paralyzed and mentally broken. A unique art developed by Kartos, granting him near invincibility with almost zero mana cost. He is certain that a mere barbarian without a shred of arcane resistance will crumble instantly before such great magic. Kartos is already thinking about his victory lap. Since the brute is compromised, maybe he can capture this anomaly. A little dissection before the sacrificial ceremony seems appropriate. Kartos commands his skeletons to retrieve the dazed barbarian, but when the lanky bag of bones tries to get close, Kettle sends the fool spinning into the stratosphere. The skeleton hits the ceiling, skull pulverized on impact. All signs of the haste are gone from the barbarian's eyes. The lich is on the verge of crashing out. Every summon he tries ends up as bone meal for the cave's barren ground. He was sure the mind control worked perfectly, yet Kettle stands there, utterly unimpressed by the cheap tricks. The skeleton summoning is getting a little repetitive. Kettle sighs with deep boredom. His dream of an epic battle has turned remarkably anticlimactic. With every word, the lich's pride gets shredded to tatters. Kartos labored under the impression that humans are creatures ruled by emotion. No matter how powerful, they all carry heavy negativity buried deep in their hearts. That is why he views his emotion control magic as an immutable, irresistible weapon. While Kartos questions the branch of magic he dedicated centuries to perfecting, Kettle politely requests some fireballs, or magic missiles, anything flashy. If there is one thing the lich loathes, it is having his divine magic compared to low-tier spells. Fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred for the unsuspecting barbarian, Kartos summoned the abyss itself. He conjured a dark, murky current that possessed neither form nor substance, only pure malice. This ultimate technique was designed to swallow the world whole and drown both order and chaos in eternal night. Slash, the grandiose chant echoed through the chamber, reigniting Kettle's hope. Finally, he might witness a technique worthy of legend. When the tide of darkness reached its zenith, it unleashed an apocalyptic wave. Slash, the spell roared forward, hungry to consume every atom in its path. Yet, Kettle stood his ground, watching the destruction barrel toward him with the wide-eyed fascination of a curious child. Seeing his ultimate technique fully realized, the lich threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Slash, victory was not just probable, it was inevitable. But his premature celebration was violently cut short. Slash, black bile erupted from his mouth as the backlash hit. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, his essence severely drained. Kartos had pushed himself too far. Slash, that final cataclysmic spell had consumed nearly everything, leaving him with only a sliver of mana to hold his physical vessel together. Still, he told himself it was worth the sacrifice. Seeing that arrogant barbarian die a gruesome death would be payment enough. Unfortunately, he had overdrafted his very soul for absolutely nothing. When the dust settled, Kettle remained standing, completely unharmed. In fact, the barbarian even took a moment to praise the destructive power of the technique. Sure, he was mildly impressed, but he expected far more from an ancient lich. Even the strongest spell in the arsenal of Kardos proved utterly useless against this anomaly of a human. If a legendary hero had taken that ultimate attack head-on, their mind would have shattered into a million fragments of insanity. But to Kettle, it felt like nothing more than a gentle tickle. Seeing the undead mage trembling on his knees, Kettle finally drew his massive battle axe. He had politely absorbed every dark trick the mage had to offer. It was only fair that he finally took his turn to strike. Panic set in. It was in that moment that Kardos the Lich began to delusionally rationalize the situation to preserve his own sanity. Kardos convinced himself that the barbarian had come to this cave on purpose, fully aware of his identity. Naturally, Kettle stood there with a blank expression, having no idea what the bonehead was rambling about. The Lich cackled like a madman, praising a non-existent intelligence network for successfully tracking him down. Kardos vowed to rise from the ashes. He screamed that he would shatter any blade raised against him and rule the world with an iron fist once more. He recalled a rumor from centuries past. Deep within the Empire, there lay a secret human breeding ground, a laboratory where only the most unique and monstrous talents were cultivated. He calculated that this barbarian must be the ultimate product of that facility. By his estimation, this man was a living weapon. He was bred, born, and forged solely to assassinate the immortal Lich, a blade sharpened by the Empire's desperate malice. Even so, Kardos Branulus Kesses refused to yield. He would destroy the weapon meant to end him and overturn the Empire in a storm of vengeance. Listening to the nonsensical babble, Kettle frowned. He began to worry that the underwhelming Lich had actually lost his marbles during the fight. When all physical options failed, the ancient mage played his final card. His soul abandoned his crumbling vessel and surged forward, attempting to forcibly invade Kettle's body. He launched the assault with a singular plan. He would burrow into the barbarian's flesh, devour that simple mind from the inside, and claim a powerful new host for himself. It was his one and only option for survival. The risk was high, but the reward of possessing such a durable body was staggering. The soul successfully infiltrated the unbreakable body. Kardos screamed in triumph as he laid claim to his new home. But when Kardos' soul finally reached the barbarian's inner world, the mind palace his triumph turned to horror. He immediately sensed that something was catastrophically wrong. He had never witnessed a landscape like this. The Lich expected to see memories of a soldier being carefully chiseled by the Empire's training. But staring into the abyss of what Kettle truly was, Kardos conceded a terrifying truth. The Empire could never even begin to imagine, let alone create, a monster like this man. Terror consumed him. He felt the remaining consciousness of his soul collapsing, disintegrating at an unstoppable rate. Kardos Branulus Kesses, the mighty Lich, faded into nothingness. His final thought was one of utter, agonizing confusion. Back in the physical world, Kettle blinked. He didn't even understand what had just occurred. All he saw was the Lich dropping dead before he could even swing his axe. Throughout the entire duel, he had remained passive. He was genuinely curious to observe the magic of a fully evolved mage, but the result left a bitter taste. He was left with the distinct impression that liches in this world simply weren't that impressive. Either way, it was another clean dungeon clear. Surely, there had to be a reward for his trouble, right? Kettle casually picked up the scepter Kardos had wielded, wondering if he could use it to practice magic. He tried to fidget with the artifact, but his grip was too strong. The magic crystal core shattered instantly. Unfazed, he treated the broken engine of the scepter as loot and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Next, he turned his attention to the vase. This was the artifact that had housed Kardos' soul, acting as his life vessel. He snatched that up as well, making a mental note to ask Rosa to get it appraised later. With the scepter parts and the vessel in hand, he felt quite satisfied with the haul. Before he could leave, something caught his eye. A sinister magic circle was scrawled across one of the far walls, pulsating with faint energy. Assuming there must be a hidden treasure room behind the edgy painting, he decided to poke around. Or rather, he decided to force his way in. He lightly pressed on the sturdy wall, and it shattered completely. But what lay behind the sinister barrier was a bone-chilling sight. It was the Lich's hidden sacrificial chamber. Rows of unfortunate victims were suspended in the air, locked in a magically induced coma. Kettle stopped in his tracks. He thought he was going to find extra gold, not a room full of mortal souls lined up for the slaughter. Still, curiosity got the better of him. He needed to know who these people were. He tested their responsiveness, even calling out to them, but they remained entirely silent. Uncertainty clouded his mind regarding the discovery, so he decided the guild was his safest bet for now. Once there, he could brief the authorities, and surely they would dispatch a cleanup crew to handle this mess. By the time he crossed the guild's threshold, the morning sun had already claimed the sky. Gone were the cold stares of the past few days. Rosa, the receptionist, greeted him with newfound respect and enthusiasm. Instead of dismissing him, she listened intently as he mentioned resolving some matters, piquing her curiosity. Kettle casually revealed that he had finally unraveled the enigma of the mysterious orb he displayed yesterday. He laid out the harrowing details of the hidden dungeon, but her mind rejected the absurdity. As far as history knew, only 5 leeches existed in the entire world. Their rural backwater territory couldn't possibly be the hiding spot for such a calamity. To silence her doubts, Kettle produced the vase, the very object that served as Kardos's life vessel. A suffocating, ominous aura instantly filled the room. Yet this madman asked a mere receptionist to appraise a cursed artifact. Rosa stood frozen, unsure how to process such a ridiculous request. Then, the terrifying realization sank in the tall tales this barbarian casually spun were the absolute truth. He continued, mentioning captives discovered in a secret chamber, prepped for an unholy sacrificial ceremony. If this barbarian kept dropping bombshells like this, Rosa's heart might give out early. He considered rescuing them, but their minds were already shattered shards of their former selves. Professional healers were their only hope now. It suddenly explained the recent plague of disappearances in the territory. If a lich was the culprit behind it all, this situation was far above a receptionist's pay grade. She summoned the authorities immediately. The first captain of the guards burst into the guild hall the moment the alarm sounded. Inside, he found the barbarian sitting calmly at a table, making the sturdy furniture look like children's toys. Kettle assured the trembling officer that the worst had been taken care of, so there was no need for panic. But when he dropped the name Kardos Bernanis Kess while recounting the battle, the first captain's face went pale. Of course he knew the name. You could ask any random peasant on the street, and they would tremble at the sound of it. Kardos was the embodiment of pure evil in sorcerer form. He was the monster who turned the world upside down and birthed emotion manipulation magic, the tyrant who drove 5 kings to madness and ruined 5 kingdoms. Ordinary men would soil themselves just hearing that the madman had become a lich. Yet Kettle shrugged, insisting the legendary monster wasn't all that impressive and had simply ended up self-destructing. Sensing the gravity of the news, the first captain begged for a more detailed explanation. Kettle wished to oblige, but the battle had ended in a flash. There was simply nothing else to tell. Desperate for orders, the captain asked the barbarian to remain there while he alerted Lord Varkin. When the territory's overseer heard an agent of death had been lurking next door, denial was his first instinct. He tried to gaslight himself, desperate to believe it must have been some other, lesser monster. But the testimonies of the healed survivors shattered that delusion. They were positive their captor was a lich. The life vessel sat there as undeniable, physical proof. It was only a matter of time before the Empire dispatched investigators to scrutinize this incident. With Lord Kane away from the estate, the timing could not be more catastrophic. Still, duty bound him to send word and keep the capital informed of such grave threats. Even so, they were incredibly fortunate. Had the barbarian not stumbled upon that lair, the outcome would have been apocalyptic. Kardos had clearly been on the verge of completing his resurrection. Kettle had achieved a god-tier feat and deserved a reward beyond measure. Lord Varkin racked his brain what gift could possibly satisfy such a peculiar man. The very next day, the Lord awoke and donned his finest robes. But peace was short-lived. A maid rushed in, panic written on her face, to announce the arrival of Lord Aquaz, the Sun God's Inquisitor. Varkin scrambled to change into formal attire to greet the esteemed guest. And what a guest she was. The Inquisitor was breathtakingly beautiful, yet terrifying. He offered her a seat, the air between them thick with uncomfortable silence. Lord Luke Varkin stammered through his introduction, thanking her for the sudden, ominous visit. Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God and Judge of Heresy, introduced herself with a voice that commanded absolute obedience. She was the youngest prodigy ever to be appointed to such a prestigious and feared title. Her legend included beheading 7 warlocks who signed pacts with demons and single-handedly crushing a massive pagan ritual. Aquaz was universally hailed as the continent's strongest inquisitor. Even the Empire bowed to the authority of the Sun God's church, making her untouchable. Compared to a mere provincial lord like Luke, her power was simply absolute. Why would a high-ranking noble descend to a desolate backwater like this? Lord Varkin stammered as he recounted the hidden dungeon crisis. Sweat beaded on his brow as he hastily assured the Inquisitor that the threat had been completely neutralized. Gathering his courage, he asked the reason for her sudden arrival. Her answer was grave. She had journeyed this far not for leisure, but to deliver a divine oracle to Luke Varkin himself. But the prophecy could wait. Her piercing eyes demanded answers first. She needed every detail of the anomalies plaguing this territory. Cornered, Lord Varkin spilled everything. He painted a vivid picture of the impossible, a lone barbarian who had single-handedly crushed a lich. And the revelations didn't stop there. He dropped a bombshell. The entity wasn't just any monster. It was the ancient terror, Cardos Bernulis Kessi. Proof was required. Varkin revealed the dark phylactery holding Cardos' tormented soul. Even the stoic Inquisitor couldn't hide her shock at the sight of such a cursed artifact. Her fingers tightened around her sun pendant, knuckles turning white. A chill ran down her spine. What kind of monster could simply endure such a cataclysm? Aquaz's voice dropped an octave, heavy with menace. Is this barbarian still here? Varkin nodded. The anomaly was indeed still within their grasp. Doubt clouded her gaze. A mere mortal defeating the legendary Cardos with brute strength. It sounded like a fairy tale spun by a madman. Sensing her disbelief, Varkin added another feat to the list. This warrior hadn't just killed a lich. He had utterly humiliated Lord Cain in fair combat. This changed everything. A new apex predator had entered the food chain. Aquaz narrowed her eyes, demanding to know the warrior's lineage, the White Wastelands. At those words, images of demon realm monstrosities flashed through her mind. Beings from that frozen hellscape were never meant to walk among humans. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. The oracle. The anomaly. It all pointed to him. This barbarian was the key to her mission. Her decision was instant. She commanded a formal audience. She had to look this enigma in the eye and judge him herself. Meanwhile, Kettle was oblivious to the political storm. He was busy inspecting his loot, a pulsing crystal torn from the lich's scepter. Even he could tell this artifact rippled with raw magical potential, but magic was a headache for another day. He tossed it aside, deciding to find a wizard to appraise it later. He checked the time. Duty called. The first captain had practically begged him to meet the Sun God's Inquisitor at the cathedral earlier that morning. The captain's final plea echoed in his ears. Please, for the love of the gods, show her some respect. Suited up in his battle gear, Kettle marched toward the church. In this realm, gods weren't just myths, they were terrifyingly real. Omnipresent forces of nature. They granted divine blessings to their chosen champions and, on rare occasions, descended to walk the mortal earth themselves. Humanity built massive cathedrals and shrines, desperate for a crumb of that divine favor. Standing before the Sun God's cathedral, even Kettle had to admit it was impressive. The sheer scale was breathtaking. He recalled the captain's briefing on the protocol. A guide would be waiting inside. Simple enough. Inside, the grandeur was blinding, a fitting tribute to the Lord of Light. 3 nuns bowed respectfully, ready to escort the barbarian into the holy depths. Inquisitor Aquaz was waiting, feeling slightly out of place in such a holy sanctuary. Kettle awkwardly trailed behind the sisters. In the inner sanctum, he finally met her. The youngest Inquisitor. She sat with rigid elegance, radiating authority. Kettle, on the other hand, just grinned. This was going to be interesting. To reach the apex of the church so young, she wasn't just a figurehead. She was a monster in her own right. Kettle respected strength when he saw it. He smirked, a mysterious glint in his eyes. For a split second, the composed Inquisitor faltered. Kettle didn't waste time with pleasantries. So, why am I here? Aquaz cut to the chase. She needed the truth about the dungeon, specifically the death of Cardos, the calamity that had scarred the world. In her mind, only a legendary hero could stand against such darkness. Surely, a mere barbarian couldn't be the one. Kettle listened to her hype up the villain, but he struggled to keep a straight face. The legendary Cardos he fought was just a clumsy bag of bones that practically killed itself. He sensed her skepticism, but facts were facts. He shrugged. I'm just telling you what I saw, lady. To settle the matter, Aquaz played her trump card. If you speak the truth, then let the sun god be our witness. It was a test of faith and soul. Lie before a deity, and the consequences would be unpleasant. A divine lie detector, tell a lie, get smited. Simple. She expected the savage to recoil in fear or refuse the ritual, but she had severely miscalculated. Kettle wasn't like any barbarian she had ever known. His eyes lit up. A chance to experience the power of a real god firsthand, he was all in. Why would he refuse? Aquaz blinked. Bewildered by his excitement, most men trembled. This maniac was grinning. The gaze of a god is heavy, but Kettle's conscience was clear. He had nothing to hide and everything to gain. A warrior doesn't need to lie. Seeing his fearless acceptance, Aquaz began the invocation. Her voice rose in chant, calling upon the highest one, the overseer of the eternal sun. Let all falsehoods burn in your light. A pillar of blinding radiance crashed through the ceiling, engulfing the chamber and terrifying. Holy pressure. Kettle bathed in the light, grinning like a child. This was it, the rush, the power. It felt exactly like the high-level fantasy games of his past. Beyond the blinding radiance, he felt it an omnipotent pressure weighing down on his soul. It was massive, a cosmic entity that defied all human description. Yet, Kettle sensed something strange. The divine, all-seeing eye wasn't just observing him, it was staring down with a profound sense of confusion. Two figures sat opposite each other, the air between them thick with the suffocating power of the summoned deity. The Inquisitor breathed a sigh of relief as no divine retribution struck. The silence meant the sanctuary was stable. They could finally speak without the shadow of deceit. Within this pillar of light, the rules were absolute. Falsehood was forbidden. Only the raw, unfiltered truth could exist here. Kettle crossed his arms, offering a confident nod. Under the unblinking gaze of the sun god, the real interrogation was about to begin. With calm detachment, our boy explained his victory over the dungeon, stating simply that the lich had triggered its own self-destruction. To the Inquisitor's surprise, the divine presence remained silent. His words were accepted as the absolute truth. This barbarian has the devil's own luck, she thought. She assumed the lich, Carto, must have exhausted his mana preparing for resurrection. It was the only logical explanation. If the monster had been at full magical power, this savage wouldn't be breathing right now. Her internal calculations shattered when Kettle spoke up, asking if her suspicions were finally satisfied. She confirmed it, bowing her head to apologize for her earlier disrespect. The barbarian merely offered a faint, amused smile. He admitted that, surprisingly, he found this entire ordeal somewhat entertaining. Quaz narrowed her eyes, driving to the heart of the matter. She asked if he truly hailed from the white snowfield. Our boy didn't hesitate. He answered directly that he was indeed born in those frozen, desolate lands. She pressed again, and his answer remained unshakable. Shock paralyzed her. This confirmed he was from the demon realm. He might even be the legendary barbarian spoken of in the Emperor's ancient prophecies. But in a heartbeat, the dynamic shifted. The hero turned the tables, firing a question that caught her completely off guard. His gaze bore into her as he asked the one thing she didn't expect. Why have you come to this territory? She chose her words carefully, explaining that her presence here was purely for a personal matter. Kettle's expression darkened, his aura intensifying. He asked gravely if this personal matter was merely to test if he was an unclean being. Tension knotted in her stomach. She tried to feign ignorance, claiming she didn't understand his implication, but our boy wasn't letting her go. He mused aloud that summoning a god just to catch a lie seemed like a drastic overreaction for a simple check. She froze. In this sanctuary, denial was impossible. The god's eye saw all. Defeated. She admitted that his instincts were correct. He pressed on, asking if targeting him had been like her mission from the start. Aquaz shook her head, clarifying that he wasn't her original objective. She revealed the truth. An oracle had descended from the sun god. When she arrived, she briefly suspected Kettle might be the one mentioned in the prophecy. Once again, she apologized for concealing her true motives, bracing for his anger. Instead, he remained eerily calm, brushing it off and remarking that the situation was getting more interesting by the second. Then, Kettle dropped the hammer. He demanded to know the actual content of the oracle. Aquaz hesitated, torn by the confidential nature of the divine message. Yet, bound by the situation, She whispered the oracle's words to him, a secret kept hidden from the audience for now. A flicker of shock crossed our boy's face. The scene shifts abruptly to the church, where the girl stands by a window, alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. She turned to find the lord of the territory standing there. Sensing her mood, he gently asked what was troubling her. Her voice was barely a whisper. She admitted she had met the barbarian, but the encounter had only left her mind in a chaotic tangle. She looked him in the eye and delivered the verdict. She was now 100% certain he was a barbarian from the white snowfield of the demon realm. Lord Barkin reeled back, visible shock painting his features. Aquaz grimly added that while his origin was confirmed, the implications were terrifying. No intelligence had ever leaked from that frozen hellscape before. Internally, the Lord prayed it was a mistake. He had desperately hoped the barbarian's connection to the snowfield was just a baseless rumor. If this news got out, the world would tremble. Every power, especially the greedy emperor, would launch a crusade to explore the white snowfield. If the emperor mobilized, the resulting chaos would be unimaginable. The girl quickly reassured him, promising to contain the situation. They would handle the lich incident quietly and bury the truth of the barbarian's existence to protect the peace. A wave of relief washed over the Lord, but a new fear took root. He asked if all barbarians from the snowfield were like Kettle. She shook her head. It was unlikely. If an entire race possessed his cunning, they would have conquered the world long ago. Lord Barkin mused on the nature of the savages. Barbarians were gifted with monstrous strength, but thankfully, they were usually cursed with stupidity. He shuddered at the thought. A creature with that level of physical power and human intelligence, it was a nightmare scenario. Snapping out of his daze, he nervously brought up a rumor that the current barbarian king was different, possessing both might and mind. Aquaz confirmed his worst fears. She had met the king once, and he was indeed a breed apart from the mindless hordes. The Lord's expression turned grave. He realized that if Kettle and the barbarian king ever crossed paths, the consequences would be catastrophic. The priestess rejects the accusation instantly. Her voice is cold. There is no affection here, only denial. But behind her icy gaze, a storm brews. She knows the history relations between the savage tribes and the servants of God have always been volatile. With the barbarians' power rising, this is a threat they can no longer ignore. Lord Barkin cuts through the tension. He demands the truth behind the oracle's message. Questioning why this entire summit is shrouded in such heavy shadows, the girl's answer is cryptic. She claims she only stepped foot here to verify a single, terrifying suspicion. Under his intense scrutiny, she turns her gaze to the window. The words leave her lips like a curse. She had to know if Kettle was truly a man, or a monster merely wearing human skin. The Lord's blood runs cold. What kind of divine prophecy could cast doubt on a man's very soul? She whispers the oracle's decree. But for us, the audience, the words remain a mystery, a secret locked behind closed doors. Pure shock distorts Lord Barkin's face. The scene snaps to his private chambers, where the tension shifts. He turns to the barbarian, masking his turmoil with a polite inquiry about his well-being. Kettle shrugs it off. He is as robust as ever, but he demands to know the real reason for this sudden summons. The Lord sighs. It isn't exactly an apology, he admits, but a tribute, a reward for the strength that shielded their lands from ruin. Silence falls as the Lord places a small object on the table, a simple pouch. Kettle eyes the offering. It looks like nothing more than a scrap of worn leather, sparking his confusion. Seeing the doubt in the warrior's eyes, Barkin smirks. He urges Kettle to take a closer look, for looks can be deceiving. The moment his fingers brush the leather, Kettle freezes. It hums with energy. Lord Barkin reveals the truth. This is no bag, it is a spatial artifact. A masterpiece of magic. It can swallow items endlessly, boasting an internal dimension as vast as the very reception hall they stand in. Kettle is thunderstruck. For a warrior of the wilds, possessing a true artifact is a dream beyond reach until now. Barkin adds the final kicker size does not matter. The bag will devour anything, even objects that dwarf its small opening. Action speaks louder than words. Kettle hoists his massive battle axe, skepticism written all over his face. How could a weapon of this magnitude fit in a pouch so small? Defying all logic, the giant blade vanishes. The pouch swallows the steel whole, leaving the barbarian completely dumbfounded. The Lord offers a simple tutorial. To retrieve his weapon, he need only reach in and picture the object in his mind's eye. Kettle obeys, and with a flash of excitement, the axe materializes in his grip. Lord Barkin nods solemnly. This power is the price of his heroism. Satisfied with the warrior's joy, the Lord leans back, yet, beneath the surface, a shadow of dread continues to grow. The oracle's warning haunts him. The prophecy hangs over his head like a guillotine, and his thoughts drift to the silence from his distant borders. The Swordmaster's grim words echo in his memory. Beings from the demon realm are bleeding into their world. The gears of a catastrophe are beginning to turn. The pieces of the puzzle snap together. The demonic incursions. The silence. It all leads back to that accursed prophecy. He recalls Aquaz's chilling prediction: a great evil is destined to descend upon this land, a plague that will devour the entire world. That was the oracle's decree. And now, the nightmare becomes reality as the dark truth of the Barkin territory begins to rot from within. It starts small. A network of villages dots the landscape, but one by one, they go dark. Silence swallows them whole. At first, it is dismissed as a trifle, but when neighbors are sent to investigate, they vanish into thin air, never to be seen again. Panic rises. The Lord deploys his elite guards, yet even they are consumed by the void. Finally, the horrific realization hits a calamity is upon them. Time jumps forward. At the Mercenary Guild, Rosa flags down our protagonist. An urgent summons has arrived straight from Lord Barkin himself. Her voice drops low. The mission is critical. Penetrate the silence of the ghost village and uncover the truth. On paper, it sounds easy, just a reconnaissance run. But Rosa points out the anomaly. The reward for such a simple task is astronomically high. Danger, high stakes. That is music to Kettle's ears. Without a second thought, he snatches the contract. The day of the mission arrives. A small group assembles, and among them walks a familiar figure, the priestess. He strides toward her, catching her off guard. Her eyes widen, not just at his presence, but at his striking new appearance. The barbarian has upgraded his gear. He explains with a grin. His rags from the snowfields were falling apart, so he commissioned a custom battle suit fit for a predator. She can barely believe it. She asks if he truly signed up for this madness. Kettle laughs, declaring that he never turns down a thrill this promising. Watching him, her inner thoughts churn. This barbarian. He truly is an anomaly in this world. But something is wrong. Kettle glances around, noting her solitude. Where are her shadows? Tyrannus and Kassan. She sighs, shaking her head. They likely took one look at the mission details and ran for the hills. Kettle finally takes stock of the gathering. His brow furrows. For a high-paying job, the turnout is pathetic. He expected an army of greedy mercenaries, but fewer than 10 souls have dared to show their faces. The priestess breaks the hard truth. The gold is a trap. This isn't easy money, it's a death sentence. She leans in, whispering the rumor that killed the recruitment. The Lord's own guards vanished without a trace. This is no mission, it is a massacre waiting to happen. Even with the reward, Kettle notices something is wrong. The attendance is suspiciously thin. The priestess hesitates, her voice dropping to a whisper. She reveals the terrifying rumor behind the empty ranks. It all circles back to one name, Lady Aquaz. It turns out Aquaz isn't just a participant. She is the dreaded heretic inquisitor of the sun god, and she has joined the mission. The priestess shudders, explaining that few mercenaries possess the courage to walk alongside a monster. She confesses her own trembling fear that the inquisitor might snap and slaughter her without warning. Our boy just waves it off with a grin. He assures her that no blood will be spilled today, describing the terrifying inquisitor as if she were a gentle lamb. When pressed, he drops a bombshell. She is his friend. The priestess's brain nearly short-circuits trying to imagine a friendship between a savage barbarian and a fanatical executioner. Right on cue, Kettle steps forward. He calls out to the icy girl, beaming as if reuniting with an old pal. Aqua shoots him a look that could freeze magma. She coldly implies that she has zero memory of ever befriending a barbarian. He just laughs off the rejection. If they weren't friends before, he declares, they can start their beautiful friendship right this second. The inquisitor effortlessly ignores him and locks eyes with the priestess. She pierces through the disguise, asking if the woman serves the goddess Crozia. Our boy blinks, surprised she clocked the priestess so fast, but Aqua presses on, suspicious. Crozia's followers are supposed to be in hibernation. According to the doctrine, only the highest ranking members should be walking the earth right now. She immediately retracts her claws. However, she mutters that she might be mistaken, admitting she can't possibly know the inner workings of every cult. Just then, heavy boots approach. The guard captain arrives at the rendezvous point, flanked by his elite soldiers. Our boy spots the familiar face instantly. He throws a cheerful greeting at the stern officer. The captain wastes no time. He conducts a formal roll call, nods at the numbers, and declares the mission officially underway. As the squad marches out, the formation tightens. Looking at the motley crew, our boy feels a rush of nostalgia. The atmosphere feels exactly like the start of a raid. He sidles up to the Inquisitor, his voice dropping. He asks if her presence here means the prophesied hour of destruction has finally arrived. That catches her off guard. She hesitates, admitting that even the Oracle's prophecy is a riddle without a timestamp. There is still a chance, she argues, that the village simply went dark for mundane reasons. The barbarian grins, noting the possibility remains, but their speculation ends abruptly as the destination looms ahead. Kettle and the priestess freeze in their tracks. The village lies before them, bathed in an unnerving, suffocating silence. The guard captain scans the perimeter, his instincts screaming danger at the unnatural quiet. He asks the Inquisitor for a sensory check, but she shakes her head. She feels absolutely nothing. Hearing the negative report, the captain deduces the villagers must have fled in a panic. He barks out orders, splitting the group to scour the area for clues. The soldiers scatter to execute the command, yet a cold bead of sweat trickles down the captain's neck. Something feels wrong. This settlement supports barely 100 souls. How could every single one of them vanish into thin air without a sound? The investigation begins. Inside one of the cottages, a soldier freezes, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes widen at the dining table. He frantically signals for the captain, urgency lacing his voice. The captain approaches, assuming the panicked commoners simply abandoned their meal in their haste to escape. But the soldier corrects him. The food is still warm. The captain's eyes bulge. He steps forward, staring in horror at the steam rising from the soup. It doesn't make sense. Contact was lost days ago. Previous investigators vanished. Yet this meal was cooked minutes ago. The captain demands a status report. Are there footprints? Signs of struggle? The answer is a chilling negative. No escape routes. No hiding spots. No tracks. It's a ghost town. Gritting his teeth, he orders the search to continue. Every house tells the same story. Laundry hanging, tools laid out, snapshots of daily life interrupted by an invisible void. Reports flood in from other squads, echoing the impossibility. Traces of life are everywhere, but the evidence of departure is nowhere. Desperate, he turns to Aqua. Surely the Inquisitor senses something, but even she looks rattled, admitting she's completely blind to the cause. He pivots to our boy, hoping for a barbarian's instinct. But Kettle shakes his head, claiming he hasn't found a single physical clue. The captain is about to explode from frustration when our boy speaks up. He suggests they stop guessing and just ask the person who knows exactly what happened. The words hit the captain like a physical blow. Our boy calmly points out that they aren't alone. In fact, someone else has been standing among them the whole time. The captain's heart skips a dangerous beat. He stares at the barbarian, confusion warring with fear. Our boy explains that an unfamiliar aura has been tagging along since they arrived. He raises a finger, pointing directly at a woman blended perfectly into the crowd. The mysterious woman stops pretending. A faint, amused smile plays on her lips, intrigued that the brute saw through her absolute camouflage. Kettle shrugs. He remarks that it's only natural to notice when a stranger is breathing down your neck. The woman lets out a bell-like laugh. She notes that usually. She is a ghost to the world. Even the sun god's precious Inquisitor failed to detect her presence. Her sharp eyes narrow. The barbarian shows zero signs of a mysterious awakening, so she demands to know his true identity immediately. But before our boy can even answer, chaos erupts. The guard captain suddenly screams for everyone to fall back. Aqua's face twists in pure distress. She whispers the terrifying truth: she feels nothing. No presence at all. Fear rattles the captain and the priestess to their very cores. If even the church's top Inquisitor is blind to this energy, only two nightmares are possible. Either this creature isn't evil, or it is a monster of such high-level darkness that it transcends detection entirely. The strange woman clicks her tongue, disappointment dripping from her voice. She admits she had planned to stalk them quietly and scout their territory from the shadows, but the charade is over. Her face begins to contort grotesquely as she unleashes her true form. Transformation complete. A wicked grin splits her face. She declares her twisted goal: she will drag the barbarian to hell as her personal slave. The demoness stands revealed in all her terrifying glory. She summons a massive, destructive sphere of purple energy that crackles with death. The group freezes in shock. The monster defies gravity, floating ominously in the air right before their trembling eyes. The captain roars for everyone to run for their lives, but reality crashes down. Escape is impossible. A transparent magical barrier has them trapped like rats. Desperate, they strike the barrier with everything they have, but every attack bounces off uselessly. The demoness's voice booms across the village. She announces that this domain is under her absolute control, and no soul will escape her grasp. Her smile widens, predatory and cruel. She declares that every single person present is now just prey for the slaughter. The priestess trembles violently. She realizes this isn't a normal monster, it's a named demon, a calamity given form. She falls to her knees, praying desperately for salvation from this nightmare. Gently, Kettle places a hand on her head. His voice is calm amidst the storm, reassuring her that he is right here and will not abandon her. But he has a question. What exactly is a named demon, and how does it differ from the trash they usually fight? Her voice shaking, she explains the horror. Most demons are merely weak fragments, but some are the real deal. Original beings born from the deepest abyss, powerful enough to choose their own names. She adds that even the weakest named demon could topple a kingdom and plunge the world into chaos. Our boy finally understands the stakes. The entity standing before them is a walking apocalypse. The priestess spots the distinctive horns and gasps. It's a Shidiar, the legendary demoness who unleashed catastrophic destruction centuries ago. Unfazed by the history lesson, the barbarian asks the real question, can we smash this barrier by force or not? And the priestess shakes her head in despair. It is impossible. This is the demon's domain now. The only exit is victory, which is nearly impossible. But just as she speaks, our boy touches the barrier, and it begins to crack and crumble like glass. He chuckles softly. Instead of shattering it instantly, he decides to sit back and enjoy the show a little longer. The priestess stares at him, jaw dropped, but he just flashes a confident smile and tells her not to worry. High above, the demon girl turns her gaze to the Inquisitor, mocking her blindness to the demonic tricks. The Inquisitor realizes the horror. The signs of life in the empty village were just illusions, an elaborate scheme designed to lure humans into the slaughterhouse. Rage boils over. She screams, calling the demon vile and despicable, but Ashidiar remains completely cold, untouched by her insults. Meanwhile, our boy is having the time of his life, practically eating popcorn and wearing 3D glasses as he watches the drama unfold. Aquaza's mind races. Summoning a named demon requires a massive sacrifice of souls. The population of a single village shouldn't be nearly enough fuel. Transforming an entire territory into a demonic domain without tripping alarms, that should be physically impossible. She is stunned. How did these monsters breach reality and infiltrate their world completely unnoticed? The demon girl sneers, making it crystal clear she has no intention of explaining her methods to Kettle. Enraged, the Inquisitor condemns her as filth defiling the Holy Land. The demon laughs maniacally, biting back and calling her nothing more than an obedient dog of the gods. She twists the knife deeper, questioning if her precious god can actually save her from this hell. Then, the demon's expression hardens. She declares that deep cracks are fracturing the very foundation of the world. The fabric of reality is tearing. This world no longer belongs solely to humans and their silent gods. Ages ago, a fierce war raged. Gods and humans united to crush the evil, finally banishing the darkness to the deepest dimensions. The demon girl puffs out her chest, proudly proclaiming her title, the Demon of Gravity, for centuries. She has waited in hell for this exact moment. She vows to wash away the shame of that ancient defeat and drown the entire world in absolute darkness. Quaza explodes with fury. She insists this world belongs to the light, and this disgusting creature must return to the pit it crawled out of. She begins a sacred ritual, calling upon the full power of her god. A massive pillar of brilliant golden light erupts, engulfing her form as she begins her metamorphosis into a divine warrior. Watching the spectacle, our boy nods sagely. It really is a universal law the villain never attacks while the hero is transforming. As the transformation completes, the girl stands revealed in magnificent golden armor, looking every bit the legendary Holy Knight. But the demoness only finds this display amusing, summoning a massive crystal scythe with a dark chuckle. The time for aura posturing is over. The real battle begins now. With blinding speed, the Inquisitor charges forward to initiate the clash. They collide with earth-shattering force. A massive explosion of energy erupts on impact, shaking the very ground beneath them. The shockwave is devastating. Both fighters are blasted backward by the sheer intensity of the recoil. Yet, the demoness remains standing, oozing confidence. slash she lectures her opponent on dignity, mocking the divine hunters for their ignorance of true combat etiquette. Fury blazes in the Inquisitor's eyes. Slash she grips the earth firmly with her boots and launches herself forward at full velocity once more. The demon stands her ground, utterly fearless. Slash then in the blink of an eye, she vanishes, leaving nothing but a fading afterimage behind. Aquaz is completely outplayed, slash unable to track her opponent's godlike speed. She is left striking at thin air. Suddenly, a presence looms behind her, slash she barely reacts in time, raising her shield just as sparks erupt from the violent impact. The demon smirks, her eyes gleaming with malice, slash she signals that the little knight is about to be crushed. A concentrated surge of demonic energy gathers at her fingertip, and fire slash Aquaz struggles desperately to hold her shield, but the overwhelming force drives her back inch by inch. The pressure becomes unbearable, slash the demon's dark power finally pierces through her absolute defense. The moment her guard shatters, the Inquisitor begins to chant, slash holy scripture spills from her lips, and radiant light bursts forth to weave a defensive barrier. The holy shockwave forces the demon girl back, slash seizing the moment. The divine knight regains her stance. Even the demon is genuinely surprised, slash for someone so young to recite high-level scripture. She admits, it is impressive. The girl does not stop, slash she invokes another verse, summoning a scripture capable of burning away all evil. She unleashes her holy wrath upon the demon, slash, but the monster reacts instantly, meeting the attack head-on with a strike infused with dark power. Their powers collide, but the demoness manages to deflect the blinding light, slash Aquaz struggles, her eyes wide with shock that her ultimate attack was countered so cleanly. The melee intensifies, slash they exchange repeated full-force blows, weapons clashing again and again in a blur of steel. One shines with holy brilliance, the other with abyssal darkness. Slash the clash between light and shadow becomes so violent that the surrounding landscape begins to crumble. The priestess watches from the sidelines, trembling in fear as the shockwaves wash over her. Some party members lose their nerve, slash unable to withstand the crushing spiritual pressure. They turn and flee for their lives. The violent collisions continue, one after another, slash the chaotic mixture of holy and demonic energy makes the very atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Kettle watches the chaos with a grin, finding the spectacle extremely entertaining, slash the priestess turns to him, begging to know if he can help Lady Aquaz. Our boy calmly replies that he certainly could help, slash, but then he casually asks, why should he? His answer leaves the priestess paralyzed with shock, slash he explains that interfering now would only ruin such a magnificent duel. Though he plans to slay a demon himself one day, for now, slash he prefers to sit back and enjoy the show. The priestess is left speechless, realizing this is not how a hero should act, slash meanwhile, the divine knight and the demoness continue to trade devastating blows. A thunderous impact pushes both warriors back, creating a moment of distance. Shediar acknowledges her opponent, slash the Inquisitor truly deserves the title of the god's hunting dog, slash although the demon is stronger, this elemental matchup is not in her favor. She begins to feel the pressure, slash the holy girl is steadily pushing her into a corner. The demoness realizes this battle will drag on far too long at this rate. Slash to gain the upper hand, she decides to fight dirty. Shediar suddenly shifts her momentum, slash Aquaz instantly reads her malicious intent. She turns her back on the Inquisitor, slash instead, she charges straight toward the helpless party members. None of them can react in time, slash, but our divine knight intercepts the strike at the last second, blocking the blow and saving their lives. The members stand frozen in terror, slash, they finally understand the horror of witnessing a clash between a divine warrior and a named demon. Now forced to protect others, the Inquisitor is at a disadvantage, slash, she is forced to continuously deflect the demon girl's relentless barrage. Filled with righteous anger, she curses the monster, slash, but Shediar only laughs, mocking her for expecting fairness from a demon. The Inquisitor's fury peaks, slash, she chants another holy scripture, manifesting a sacred sanctuary around herself. She screams for the party members to quickly move into her holy zone. They rush inside, thanking her for the protection, slash the demon girl watches with a smug smile, mocking the waste of such precious magic, slash enraged. The Inquisitor advances with killing intent. The demoness welcomes the challenge, slash she steps forward, ready to meet her blade. Quaz grips her sword and launches a flawless holy strike, slash, but the demon easily deflects it, moving with gymnastic grace to loom right before her. She whispers a cruel wild mockery, slash claiming that no one will ever remember or recognize her noble sacrifice. She twists the knife deeper, slash if Aquaz loses, The sun god's honor is disgraced, but if she wins, her prestige and her god's influence will only rise. But to launch a counterattack, she faces a deadly choice. She must drop the holy barrier protecting her team. Fury wars with caution in the girl's eyes. She smells the trap instantly, ignoring the taunts to brace herself for the coming storm. Suddenly, the air screams. A massive tidal wave of demonic energy erupts, flooding the entire battlefield. She grits her teeth, barely holding the tide back with her shield. Above, the demon hovers, draped in darkness, before something colossal hurtles toward her. A shetty materializes right in her face. Boom! A violent explosion tears through the space between them. The Inquisitor is blown backward, digging her heels into the dirt. But shock freezes her heart. The demon is rushing in without a second's pause. There is nowhere to run. The demoness unleashes waves of dark energy, twisting like tentacles to encircle the Inquisitor from every angle. Cornered on the brink of death, she begins a holy chant, but the demon bursts from the shadows instantly, determined to silence her prayers forever. She slams the Inquisitor into the earth, clamping a hand over her mouth to crush the chant. The demon raises her weapon, poised to deliver the final killing blow. Desperate, the girl raises her shield just in time, but steel groans and cracks spiderweb across the surface. Defense is no longer an option. A cruel smirk twists the demoness's lips. With zero effort, she shatters the shield into dust. She merely flicks a finger, unleashing a cataclysmic blast of dark power. Chains of pure energy bind the Inquisitor tight. She screams in agony as the direct hit shatters her holy barrier into nothingness. Her party members tremble in sheer terror. Without her shield, they are nothing but sheep waiting for the slaughter. Asheti laughs cruelly, announcing she will save them all for dessert. But first, she wants a taste of the noble god's hunting dog. Just as the Reaper's scythe is about to fall, a voice commands her to halt. It is him, our boy, Kettle. He speaks 2 words. That's enough. The demon freezes, shocked. When did he arrive? How did her senses miss him completely? Before she can blink, he grabs her with terrifying ease. He hurls her into the sky, sending her crashing violently back into the earth. He ignores the monster and reaches out to the Inquisitor, asking gently if she is all right. She cannot speak, her mind reeling. She realizes this is the same warrior who brought down the legendary Swordmaster Cain. Meanwhile, Asheti's rage detonates. Her eyes burn blood red as she rises from the crater, drawing the gaze of both human and barbarian. She spits insults at our boy, absolutely livid that a mere mortal dared to interrupt her feast. Kettle stands like a mountain, arms crossed. He declares simply that the Inquisitor is his friend, and death will not touch her today. The demoness sneers, claiming she planned to make him her toy. He fires back instantly. He has no intention of being anyone's plaything. Smirking at his defiance, she raises her weapon. For that insolence, she decides, he must die. The Inquisitor struggles to stand, begging the barbarian to run. He cannot win this, but Kettle calmly replies that his strength is more than enough. She insists he is wrong. Strength means nothing here. Only divinity can banish a demon, a cosmic law written since the dawn of gods and monsters. Furthermore, this is a demonic domain. Here, only a god can stand against the darkness. Kettle ponders this for a heartbeat. Then, he notes that she looks in no condition to continue the fight herself. She counters that she serves her god and must fight until the end. Impressed by her fire, he gently places a hand on her head, praising her iron resolve. He steps past her with casual confidence. "Leave the rest to me," he says. The girl is left speechless. He grins, admitting he has always wanted to see what it is like to fight a demon. Asheti lets out a soft, mocking laugh, doubting a human stands a chance. Kettle scoffs back, inviting her to come and test that theory. Licking her lips, she agrees it will be entertaining. In a flash, she steps through a rift, materializing instantly right in front of Kettle. The Inquisitor gasps in horror. She never expected the demon to strike with such blinding speed. But before her claws can even graze him, he moves. He clenches a fist and delivers a lightning-fast punch straight to her face. The demon cannot even react. Impact. Her head is blown clean off her shoulders, leaving the Inquisitor completely frozen in shock. With nothing but a bare fist, our boy crushed the head of a high-ranking demoness as easily as smashing a rotten fruit. But it is not over. The headless body twitches. Dark energy swirls violently around her neck, knitting flesh and bone back together. Kettle smiles faintly, intrigued. He notes that her head grows back even after total destruction. She stares at him with renewed hatred and disbelief. This power? It is impossible for him to be an ordinary human. Yet, our boy calmly introduces himself as nothing more than a simple barbarian. She refuses to accept it. Her senses scream the truth. There is no aura, no magic, no mysticism radiating from him at all. Confusion consumes her. How can such terrifying physical strength exist without a shred of supernatural power? To test the limits of this anomaly, she rips open a portal behind him. With a wicked smile, she leaps through, aiming to strike his blind spot. She smirks, confident that his frail human flesh will crumble before her might. But that arrogance shatters instantly. The barbarian drives a fist like a siege cannon straight into her chest. Black blood sprays from her lips. For the first time, agony racks her immortal form as she is launched through the air, a ragdoll caught in a tempest. She crashes with earth-shaking force, a crater forming beneath her, a gaping void visible in her torso. Trembling in the dust, her mind races. How can a mere punch carry the weight of a mountain? Our boy watches with cold eyes as her flesh knits back together. She finally grasps the terrifying truth. There is no aura, no magic amplifying his strike. It is pure, unadulterated physical destruction. Kettle tilts his head, genuinely intrigued by the biology of her rapid healing. He wastes no time. He stomps the earth, and the ground screams, shockwaves cracking the bedrock beneath his sandals. In a heartbeat, he vanishes, launching himself toward her with speed that defies the laws of nature. The demoness barely reacts, summoning her warhammer in a desperate guard before he closes the gap. Too slow. His fist obliterates her face, smashing her headless corpse into the dirt. Thick, abyssal energy erupts from her neck, shrouding her in darkness. The barbarian watches, unfazed, as flesh weaves from shadow. In seconds, her head returns, her form fully restored. A faint smile plays on his lips. He notices the pattern the head returns, no matter the damage. He wonders if that skull holds her core, but Ashitar is shaking with humiliation. To think a human could push her this far, she scoffs, sensing he hasn't even unleashed his full might yet. Pride swells in her chest. She is the demoness of gravity. How dare he challenge her dominion with nothing but brute strength? Kettle stares her down, silence stretching between them. Then, he delivers the ultimate insult, unimpressive. Her ego shatters, screaming in pure fury. She stops holding back and unleashes her true divinity. Gravitational energy coalesces in her grip, warping the air to forge a colossal warhammer of absolute darkness. She swings a blow meant to pulverize mountains, but he catches the weapon with a single bare hand, his grip canceling the crushing gravity instantly. Impossible with one flex. He shatters the construct and follows through, blowing her head apart for the third time. As her body reconstructs, her mind reels in horror. Disbelief floods her senses. Her gravity arts can condense the weight of fortress walls into a pinhead. Yet a savage with 0 mana not only stopped it, but crushed it. Enraged, she fires a cataclysmic beam of dark energy point blank. She is certain this is his end, but the barbarian refuses to yield. He plants his feet and throws a punch straight into the void. Fist meets energy, triggering a blinding explosion of white light. His sheer physical dominance erases her magic. The backlash reverses, slamming the shockwave directly into Ashitar. Watching from the sidelines, Aqua trembles in terror, unable to process the spectacle. Legends whisper that this demoness leveled entire kingdoms single-handedly. Yet here she is, being brutally dominated by bare knuckles. Despite the onslaught, our boy narrows his eyes. Her regeneration is endless. He realizes the bitter truth, annihilating her with impact alone might be impossible. The demoness senses his hesitation and a cunning grin spreads across her face. Never has she felt such exhilarating pressure. She admits his strength is monstrous and demands to know, "Who are you, really?" He replies with calm indifference, "Just a barbarian." She knows it's a lie, but the mystery only fuels her twisted excitement. She decides to unleash one final, desperate trial. Her form dissolves into a pool of liquid shadow, slipping past him to ascend into the heavens. Kettle and Aqua watch in awe as the darkness expands into a massive void sphere, tearing bedrock from the earth and devouring debris. Looking down like a dark god, the demoness declares his judgment day has arrived. She channels every ounce of her malice, shaping gravity into thousands of obsidian thorns aimed at his heart. Yet, he stands there, bored. The Inquisitor, however, senses impending doom. She knows flesh and blood cannot weather this storm. Kettle needs divine intervention. With a cruel laugh, the demoness drops her hand. An endless deluge of black spikes rains down like a monsoon of death. But our boy does not flinch. He spins his arms at godlike velocity, generating a violent cyclone that shatters every projectile instantly. High above, Ashitar screams in disbelief, her mind shattering. She simply cannot comprehend. What kind of monster has she awakened? Her eyes widen in disbelief. Kettle vanishes from sight, launching himself forward with speed that shatters the sound barrier. The Inquisitor seizes the chaotic moment, She recites a verse from the Holy Scripture, commanding divine light to purge this evil from existence. Sacred energy coalesces in midair, forging a massive, radiant battle axe. It drops into the barbarian's hands, a weapon fit for a god of war. The priestess screams, her voice cracking with desperation. I have poured every drop of my soul into that blade. End the demon now. Ziomatas. Kettle's grip tightens around the hilt until his knuckles turn white. His voice is cold steel. Consider it done. He unleashes a cataclysmic vertical slash. The divine axe shears through Ashtiar's demonic form as if she were made of paper. In that frozen second, the demoness realizes the impossible has happened. Her defeat is absolute. Holy fire incinerates her from the core outward. A primal scream of agony tears from her throat before she collapses into a smoking, lifeless heap. Kettle approaches the corpse with a casual swagger. He scoffs. Well, that was at least mildly entertaining. Choking on her own black blood, the demoness feels the sting of humiliation. To be banished back to the abyss in such a pitiful state is worse than death. Yet, a twisted grin forms on her dying lips. She has found a true monster among men. With her final breath, she demands his name, and Kettle answers without hesitation. Aqua shrieks in pure terror. Stop! Do not speak it! But the forbidden words are already in the air. A broken, maniacal cackle erupts from the crumbling demoness. Burning her remaining life force, she tears open a psychic channel. Her command echoes through the void. All demons engrave the name, Kettle the Barbarian, into your very souls. The Inquisitor watches in horror as Ashtiar commands her kin to devour her memories upon death. They must learn every weakness of this human. With one last insane laugh, she delivers her dying curse. You belong to the demon realm now, barbarian. Suddenly, the air grows heavy, terrifying. Formless entities begin to breach the walls of Kettle's consciousness. Kettle stands motionless, blinking in confusion. Inside his psyche, massive astral parasites manifest, looking like cosmic worms ready to feast. But they picked the wrong host. His willpower slams down like a hammer. He crushes the mental intruders as if they are mere insects. Back in reality, he looks down at the fading demon. What was that? Did you just try to tickle my brain? Ashtiar freezes in shock. That corruption should have consumed his soul instantly. Why is this human completely unaffected? Kettle offers no mercy. He brings his boot down hard. Crunch. Her physical form is obliterated, ending her existence permanently. Aqua and the priestess can only stare, jaws dropped in absolute disbelief. As the purple death barrier dissolves into mist, Kettle stretches his arms and cracks his neck. So, mission accomplished, right? The news explodes across the Gianta Kingdom. Panic grips the quiet Barkan region as communication with an entire village is suddenly cut off. Whispers fill the streets. A calamity has descended. A high-ranking demon is on the hunt. The morning papers confirm the nightmare. Demoness Ashtiar, the architect of this disaster, has been named. The territory lord slumps in his office chair, overwhelmed by despair. How could such a catastrophe strike his peaceful land? Yet, a glimmer of hope remains. Reports say the sun god Inquisitor repelled the beast. They have bought precious time to prepare for the next wave. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the battle, Kettle looks toward the horizon, sensing the tension in the air. Seems the whole territory is in an uproar over this. The Inquisitor rests with eyes closed. It is only natural. A demon of that caliber is a national threat. Suddenly, she struggles to stand up. Kettle frowns, stepping forward. Hey, take it easy. Your spiritual energy is still critically low. She shakes her head firmly. I cannot rest. The Holy Land must be informed immediately. Kettle sees the resolve in her eyes and steps back. She pauses, turning away. Softly, she whispers his name. Kettle tilts his head in confusion. She bows deeply, a gesture of profound respect. Thank you. Without your strength, I would have died in that cage. Kettle shrugs it off. I just helped a friend. That's what people do. He pauses. We are friends, right? The Inquisitor blinks, startled. A holy servant and a wild barbarian. It defies all logic. I am of the Sacred Order, she says seriously. Do you truly desire friendship with someone like me? Why not? Kettle asks simply. The logic stumps her. Slowly, the realization dawns. You are right. There is no reason at all. A grin spreads across his face. Then it's settled. Friends. A rare, genuine smile softens her features in return. His expression turns serious. But I do have one question. Is it really that bad to tell a demon your true name? The Inquisitor's face pales instantly. She nods gravely. It is the cardinal rule. Names hold power. If a demon knows it, they can cast a soul brand. It is a curse that stains your very essence with darkness. That mark becomes a beacon for the abyss. Every monster in existence will hunt you down eternally. There is no escape except death or a miracle. Confusion clouds the barbarian's eyes. He demands to know, has he fallen victim to this accursed marking? She shakes her head, offering a reassuring smile. Luck is on his side today. His soul bears no brand. But her expression darkens. A grave warning follows. His name has been whispered in the abyss, and the beings of hell will never forget a face. Without the mark, they cannot track him across distances unless he stands directly before them. Yet, behind her calm facade, a terrifying truth lingers. He has already been identified as a primary target. For now, the shadows cannot hunt him. The immediate threat seems to have passed, retreating back into the dark. The barbarian's mind drifts back to the carnage. He frowns, troubled by a nagging detail. Despite his overwhelming physical might, he could not fully extinguish the demon's lives with brute force alone. Aquaz steps in to explain the impossible. Demons are not flesh and blood as he knows them. Their very nature is an enigma wrapped in darkness. She begins the tale of Genesis. In the beginning, the gods breathed life into humanity. But these early humans were foolish creatures, driven only by primal instinct. The gods watched from afar, refusing to interfere. Then came the invasion. Nightmares from another dimension tore through the veil, slaughtering humanity in a brutal massacre. Only then did the heavens descend. The gods clashed with the invaders, branding them demons before sealing them back into their wretched dimension. Under divine protection, peace returned. Civilization rose from the ashes, flourishing in the light of the gods. But peace is fragile. As time marched on, the seal weakened. For reasons unknown, the demon world began to bleed into reality once more. Since only divine energy can purge a demon, the gods bestowed fragments of their power upon loyal followers. These chosen few became the shield against the encroaching dark. Realization strikes the barbarian like a lightning bolt. They cannot be destroyed here because they do not belong here. They are merely projections from another dimension. Aquaz confirms his deduction. Since this world is foreign to them, physical attacks pass through them like mist. Brute strength means nothing against a phantom. A heavy silence follows. If these monsters continue to breach the barrier, the barbarian realizes the entire world stands on the brink of annihilation. Aquaz offers a sliver of hope high-ranking named demons cannot easily cross over. Yet, her tone shifts. Recent disturbances and chaotic dungeon cycles suggest the rules are breaking. The seal is failing. The influence of the demon world is leaking into their realm, corrupting souls and birthing new evils. She drops the final piece of the puzzle. These catastrophic changes began exactly 1 year ago. Kettle's eyes widen in shock. 1 year ago. The exact moment he began his final, fateful quest in the frozen snowfields. The conversation comes to a close. Aquaz bows her head, thanking him one last time. Her duty calls, and she must depart. She extends an open invitation to her holy order, promising him a warm welcome. He flashes a grin, agreeing to the visit. The carriage rumbles forward, fading into the distance. Inside the carriage, Aquaz clutches her chest. Her body is still broken, her power drained. Yet, she must endure. The saints need to know everything. Her mind drifts back to the warrior. Why was the sun god silent? No prophecy, no sign. How could a being of such terrifying power exist outside of fate's design? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the grand palace of the Empire. Master Kane strides through a lavish, ornately decorated corridor. Exhaustion weighs on him like armor after a grueling audience with the Emperor. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, mocking his weary appearance. Kane's instincts scream. He whips around, hand drifting to his weapon, only to face a man with cascading black hair and a predator's smile. Recognition hits him instantly. Standing before him is the Grand Master of the Magic Tower, the absolute pinnacle of mystic power. With terrifying composure, the Tower Master questions Kane's presence in this wing of the palace. Kane keeps his guard up. He states his business plainly, a detailed report on his recent mission. The mage's eyes gleam. He guesses the topic immediately, the reconnaissance mission to the demon world, specifically, the notorious Forest of Silence. He presses for details, asking what horrors lurked there. Kane's face falls, shadowed by the memory. It was an abomination of nature, a place that defied logic and law. True to its name, the forest was a vacuum of sound, a grave of absolute silence. Worse yet, magic died there. Detection spells failed. Even a scream at the top of one's lungs produced not a single vibration in the dead air. And in that suffocating quiet, the soldiers began to vanish, one by one, swallowed by the unseen. A loathsome, cursed hellscape. Kane can't comprehend the Emperor's obsession with conquering such a nightmare realm. The Tower Master shrugs, dismissing the whims of kings, but his own interest is piqued. The secrets of the demon world are a temptation he cannot resist. Kane shudders. He shares none of that curiosity. If he never sees that hell again, it will be too soon. Before another word can be spoken, the Tower Master raises a hand. A sharp snap of his fingers echoes like a gunshot. A complex magic circle erupts beneath their feet. In a blink, their bodies dissolve into particles of light, vanish from the hall. Reality shifts. They materialize instantly within a void of endless stars, a pocket dimension. Kane recognizes the high-tier spatial magic, demanding an explanation. The mage just smiles, his tone dropping to a whisper. He asks about a special person Kane might have met. Blood drains from Kane's face. He freezes. He realizes the truth. He's been watched. An observation spell. When Kane demands to know when, the Grandmaster laughs coldly. It was during their last meeting. After all, spying is his favorite pastime. The elder releases a weary sigh, his voice heavy with the weight of ages, asking what more there is to uncover now that the truth lies bare. Unfazed, the Tower Master shifts the atmosphere, demanding his honest assessment of the barbarian who hailed from the frozen white snowfields. The old man hesitates, admitting that even with his experience, that barbarian remains an enigma he cannot fully decipher. Seizing the moment, the Tower Master casually drops a bombshell. That same savage displayed enough raw power to dismantle a seasoned swordmaster and crush the Lich Kardos as if the undead archmage were a mere insect. The old man freezes, his eyes widening in genuine shock. He had no idea that Kettle was the monster responsible for the Lich's destruction. The Tower Master clarifies that while official confirmation is pending, whispers are already spreading through the magic tower like a plague. Kartos' resurrection has failed completely. His voice softens slightly as he adds that he personally visited the lair to pay respects, counting the fallen Lich as one of the few friends he had left in this world. Kane is taken aback, surprised that a monster like the Tower Master is capable of grief. The mage calmly reflects that, after centuries of life, companionship becomes a desperate necessity. Then, his tone sharpens as he mentions a crucial detail: the Lich's lair had been stripped clean of its most valuable artifacts. Suspicion narrows the old man's eyes as he questions if the treasury had already been looted the moment the Lich fell. The Tower Master clarifies that while most items were recovered, the crown jewel of the collection, the most precious artifact, is nowhere to be found. He then pierces the old man with a sharp gaze, asking if he truly believes the barbarian possessed the power to annihilate Kartos single-handedly. The old man answers in a hushed tone, "Yes, if it is that man, then even the impossible becomes possible." The Tower Master stares him down, the pressure in the room rising as he demands to know why the Emperor has been kept in the dark about such a dangerous anomaly. The old man's reply is cold as steel. There is no reason to speak. The Emperor already throws talented souls into the demon world like disposable pawns. If the tyrant learns of the barbarian's existence, a violent collision between the two is not just likely, it is inevitable. One is a wild beast who follows only the beat of his own heart, and the other is an emperor who seeks to shackle the entire world under his command. A conflict between them would ignite a war that could burn the entire kingdom to ash. Intrigued, the Tower Master asks if he implies the barbarian could stand against the entire empire alone. After a moment of heavy contemplation, the old man admits that the outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty. However, when he stood before the barbarian, he felt a chillingly familiar presence, an aura he had felt only once before in history. This revelation startles even the Tower Master, causing him to wonder if this savage truly belongs to the legendary hero class. The old man insists it is too early to judge, but the gears of fate are already turning. The Tower Master has already devised a plan for the barbarian. The scene shifts to the bustling, life-filled streets of the Barcan territory. A woman ahead stumbles, gravity taking hold, but our protagonist reacts with lightning speed, stepping in to catch her before she hits the hard pavement. With a calm demeanor, he reminds her to watch her step and checks for injuries, bracing himself for the usual reaction, people fleeing in terror at the sight of him. But this time, the script flips. The woman bows her head politely, offers a warm thanks, and continues on her way, leaving him standing there in confusion. He scans the crowd, realizing with a start that no one is looking at him like he is a monster or a freak. For the first time in his life, the heavy gaze of fear is gone, and he cannot fathom why the world has suddenly changed. Inside the office, the Lord of the Barkin region welcomes our boy warmly, asking if he has recovered after narrowly escaping the curse of a demon's brand. The barbarian replies calmly that it was nothing serious, admitting he still doesn't fully grasp the significance of the brand anyway. The Lord listens intently, a thought echoing in his mind. He always knew the barbarian was strong, but having the power to completely dismantle a demonist is a feat that exists on an entirely different level. He shakes off the awe and explains that the atmosphere around Kettle has shifted. When our boy asks if he refers to the citizens, the Lord nods in confirmation. He explains that this transformation is the result of wild rumors that have begun to spread across the land. The guards and mercenaries who survived the hellish incident have started to sing his praises openly. According to the legend growing on the streets, after the demon Aquaz fell and the dust settled, only one man remained standing, his axe glowing with a brilliant, divine light. The masses have begun to believe that the Inquisitor herself bestowed her holy power upon him. He is no longer a savage. He is spoken of as the hero who fought alongside the divine against the forces of darkness. Finally, the pieces of the puzzle click into place for our protagonist. The Lord apologizes, explaining that by the time he tried to correct the narrative, the story had already spread through the territory like an unstoppable wildfire. Kettle replies with a shrug, stating calmly that he does not mind the misunderstanding. It explains why the fear in their eyes has vanished. Lord Barkin agrees, noting that the people now see him not as a threat, but as a shield against the demons. The barbarian pauses, realizing that this is the true power of reputation, a weapon as useful as any blade. Sometime later at the mercenary guild, Rosa greets him with a beaming smile, congratulating him on his rapid promotion. He is left stunned when she reveals he has skipped 3 ranks entirely, instantly becoming an official C-rank mercenary. The receptionist beams, explaining that his deeds demand nothing less than this promotion. A rare, genuine smile breaks across his face. The news actually brings him joy. She notes a small catch. However, his new mercenary insignia must be custom forged, so he'll need to wait a little longer before he can wear the proof of his rank. But the wait is worth it. Hitting C rank means he is now officially guild certified. In this world, that badge demands respect. People are no longer asked to treat him well, they are required to. The perks are massive. Gates to major cities and holy sanctums will swing open for him. Yet, there remains one forbidden zone. The imperial capital holds its doors shut. Taking it all in, he murmurs a sharp observation. The empire isn't just strict, it is practically a fortress. Rosa leans in to explain the harsh reality. That city is a playground for the elite. Entry is not a right. It is a privilege granted solely by the whim of the nobility. Truthfully, the interior is a black box. No commoner knows what lies behind those walls. Every whisper about the place is fueled by terrifying rumors and dread. These days, the capital feels more alien than the demon realm itself. A chill runs through our boy as he realizes the imperial seat is the true enigma of this world. Rosa shifts back to business, delivering the best news yet. Restrictions are gone. He can take almost any contract. And with a team, even the hellish depths of a ranked dungeons are now within reach. A satisfied grin tugs at his lips as he nods. Finally, the path is clear. A whole new tier of missions and the rewards that come with them is his for the taking. Meanwhile, at the tavern, Tyrannus raises his tankard high. He shakes his head, admitting he never saw the cards falling this way. He asks if the nightmare is truly finished. Our barbarian plays it cool, pushing all the glory onto the Inquisitor. He claims she confirmed the kill and secured the area herself. Hearing that an S-rank demon was dusted brings a heavy sigh of relief from the man. The tension in his shoulders finally melts away. Kaysan heaps praise on the holy warrior. To him, she is a monster in her own right, an exceptional talent capable of soloing a calamity. But the priestess sits in silence, her mind screaming the truth. She did not faint that day. Her eyes were wide open, and she witnessed the slaughter firsthand. The image is burned into her retinas. The way this barbarian pulverized the demon horde was not fighting. It was a massacre no mortal could forget. To her, Aquaz was just a scavenger. The Inquisitor showed up for dessert after the barbarian had already devoured the main course. The true monster here is Kettle. Breaking the silence, Kaysan turns to the barbarian. With a shiny new rank, what is the next move? Our boy shrugs it off. Nothing changes. he will keep grinding just as before. The men marvel at his grounded attitude, amazed he can stay so humble after facing an S-rank threat. Beside them, the priestess is trembling internally. Her thoughts shriek a frantic warning. Don't be fooled by his mask. This thing shaped like a man is no human at all. Ignoring the tension, the barbarian flips the question. What about them? Where does the road lead next? Kaysen admits he is still stuck at F rank, directionless. He confesses he planned to leech off others until the bitter end, but watching the barbarian fight lit a fire in him. He wants to truly live now. Tyrannus snorts into his drink, immediately cutting him down. He mocks the sudden change of heart. You are only realizing that now, he jeers, asking what else to expect from a thief. Sparks fly as they glare at each other, so our boy pivots to the priestess. She clasps her hands, giving the standard answer. She will continue to walk the path of Lady Colossia's will, just as she always has. But the barbarian tilts his head. He recalls a casual remark from the Inquisitor, something about Colossia's lower servants being on mandatory leave, with only the elites active. The color drains from the priestess's face. She scrambles to compose herself, stammering that the Inquisitor must be mistaken. She insists she is just a nobody. Our boy stares at her for a beat, then shrugs. I will take your word for it, he replies, his tone unreadable. But the girl is unraveling inside. Does he know? Is he playing with his food before he eats it? The uncertainty is terrifying. Late that night, silence reclaims the guild hall. Rosa is packing up to leave when the heavy oak door creaks open. A silhouette steps out of the dark. Hidden beneath a deep hood, the stranger's voice is low. He is here to lodge a request. Rosa sighs, her eyes heavy with fatigue. The dread of overtime looms as she asks what kind of job couldn't wait until morning. An escort mission. The man explains. Protection for two himself and a young girl. Rosa pulls out a form, pen poised, and asks for the destination. The capital of the Denian kingdom. The pen stops. Rosa freezes, her blood running cold. That is halfway across the world from a backwater like Baran. A request like this is not just rare, it is an anomaly. She studies the hooded figure, her instincts screaming that something is wrong. Despite the red flags waving in her mind, duty calls. She tentatively accepts but demands the one thing that cannot be faked: identification. The stranger stiffens. After a moment of heavy hesitation, he slides a cold metal card across the wood surface. Rosa's eyes widen the second she sees it. A mercenary guild token. This is not a trinket you buy at a market. It is proof of a dangerous life. With his identity confirmed, the tension shifts to business. She asks for the commission fee up front. With a mysterious air, the man places a single coin on the counter. Rosa squints at it. Pure, unadulterated gold. A fortune to some. But for this job, it is short. Painfully short. It is barely enough to hire a single guard. The man stands there, stunned into silence. Rosa lays out the hard truth. A mercenary has to travel with them, eat with them, and fight for them all the way to Denian. That road is paved with danger, and the trek takes a month. You do not pay for the time. You pay for the life they are risking. Desperation creeps into the man's voice. He needs 2 guards, minimum. Rosa sighs, offering a compromise that is possible, but he would be scraping the bottom of the barrel for talent. If he wants to actually survive the trip, he needs reliability. And reliability starts at D rank, which this coin just cannot buy 2 of. Aaron shifts his stance in pure desperation, begging for an elite protector, but Rosa doesn't flinch, reminding him that their meager payment buys exactly 1 sword. When he begs her to reconsider, Rosa's eyes narrow with suspicion, just why is this man so desperate to leave town? Her voice drops to a cold whisper, finding a mercenary crazy enough for this backwater region is almost impossible, but she promises to pull some strings. The broken knight releases a heavy sigh, placing his fate entirely in the guild's hands. The moment he leaves, Rosa inspects his payment under the light. The coin is tiny, but forged from pure, heavy gold, even worse, the royal crest has been violently filed away to hide its origins. This single coin screams of danger and royal bloodlines. The scene shifts into the dead of night. Deep inside a shady tavern, the same desperate man knocks rhythmically on a barricaded door. From the shadows inside, a golden-haired girl demands his identity. Aaron swears his eternal loyalty as her humble servant. Recognizing his voice. The heavy locks click open. And she pulls him into the darkness. This is Princess Allen. Her hands tremble as she asks for the guild's verdict. When Aaron reveals the request was accepted. The tension in the room shatters. A heavy breath of absolute relief escapes her lips. Slash eyes shining with hope. Slash she asks how many warriors they managed to hire. Eren chokes on his words. Slash his head bowing in shame. Slash their funds were so pitiful. Slash they could only afford a single mercenary. Alan's face falls. Slash but she refuses to blame him. Slash Eren, however, is crushed by guilt. Slash feeling like a useless knight who got swindled. The emotional weight crushes them both. Slash tears stream down their faces. Slash and their tragic wailing echoes through the walls. Slash until an angry neighbor screams at them to shut up. The master and servant exchange helpless looks. Slash in this cruel world. Slash they can't even cry over their ruined kingdom in peace. Swallowing her fear. Slash Alan asks how long the wait will be. Slash Eren has no idea. Slash but the princess smiles bitterly. Slash thanking her loyal knight for surviving this long. One agonizing day passes. Slash in the shadows of night fall once again. The food supplies are completely gone. Slash Alan stands in the dark, starving. Slash while Eren drowns in self-hatred for failing to secure a guard in time. With the grace of true royalty, Slash the princess gently reassures him that none of this is his fault. Driven to the brink of madness, Slash Eren suggests begging the local lord for protection. Slash but Alan's eyes flash with absolute terror. Slash shutting the idea down instantly. Trust no one, she insists. Slash in their current state. Slash even hiring a single mercenary could be the mistake that gets them killed. The trauma is still fresh. Slash she reminds him of the flames that consumed their home. Slash and the traitors who wore the faces of friends. Silence from their homeland confirms the worst. Slash Eren drops to his knees. Slash apologizing for letting weakness cloud his judgment. Doubts begin to poison the princess's mind. Slash is the kingdom of Denian truly their sanctuary? Eren's eyes burn with fierce conviction. Slash he recalls the unbreakable oath the Denian king swore the day the princess was born. Slash this alliance is their only path to bloody revenge. His voice trembles with raw determination. Slash you are the last hope of our bloodline. Slash if you fall, our kingdom is erased from history forever. But fear still grips Alan's heart. Slash how can the fate of a royal dynasty rest on the shoulders of one random mercenary? Eren promises that gold talks in the underworld. Slash the guildmaster would only send their absolute best for this price. A faint blush colors the princess's cheeks. Slash in her naive heart. Slash she dreams of a handsome, legendary knight riding to her rescue. Meanwhile, in a completely different world of boredom, our main character sits staring at the ceiling and dying for some action. His mind drifts back to the blood-stained snowfields. Slash and the loyal comrades who stood by his side against impossible odds. He knows they're still out there. Slash surviving. Slash but a nagging question keeps him up at night. Slash is his system-bound mission finally over? Since the moment he opened his eyes in that frozen wasteland, Slash a floating blue status window had been his only companion. At first, he thought it was a nightmare. Slash but the freezing wind and the monsters tearing at his flesh proved this reality was absolute. The first mission was simple but brutal. Slash survived for 7 days. Slash in that frozen hell. Slash the system was his god. But ever since he escaped the ice, Slash the system went dead silent. Slash now, the absolute peace of this new world is driving him insane. He wonders if the system's power is restricted only to the white snowfields of death. Either way, Slash he's alive. Slash he decides to embrace this second chance at life and carve his own path. The very next morning, fate makes its move. Slash Rosa slides a classified scroll across the guild counter. Slash offering the barbarian a high-stakes escort mission. It's a grueling journey. Slash days of travel through hostile territory. Slash and the mercenary must handle all survival preparations alone. Kettle smirks. Slash noting the insane difficulty of the trek. Slash Rosa matches his grin. Slash pointing out the massive pile of gold as the reward. But her tone shifts. Slash this job reeks of danger. Slash and she warns him it's likely a trap. Before she can tell him to reject it, Slash Kettle cuts her off. Slash danger is exactly what makes his barbarian blood boil with excitement. As he scans the mission parchment, Slash the destination strikes him like lightning. Slash a memory surfaces of a girl named Melina of the Akasha family. It's the exact same location mentioned by the mysterious girl from the snowy plains. Slash the one who promised he would always be welcomed there. Kettle seizes the chance, accepting the request without hesitation. But in that split second, the air shimmers as a blinding blue system window materializes out of thin air. His blood runs cold. Quest number 785 hangs before his eyes, demanding he escort the client all the way to the Denian kingdom. He stands rooted to the spot, mind racing. Why now? Why has the mission window suddenly returned after years of absolute silence? Behind the reception desk, Rosa senses the shift in his aura. Concern washes over her face as she calls out to him, noticing his frozen state. Elsewhere, tension hangs thick in the air. The princess hears the frantic rhythm of approaching footsteps and rushes toward the door, her heart pounding against her ribs. The door bursts open before she can reach it. The old man stumbles in, chest heaving and gasping for air as if he ran for his life. Panic grips her instantly. She demands to know if the trackers have hunted them down, but Aaron shakes his head, shouting that the request has finally been accepted. Confusion clouds her gaze until the truth comes out. Aaron exclaims with trembling excitement that the region's only C-rank mercenary has taken the job. A wave of relief washes over her, lighting up her desperate eyes. Aaron swears it is true, confirming their lifeline has been secured for a meeting the very next day. He urges her to find peace and rest, and she nods, hope finally rekindled. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Kettle remains motionless, locked in a silent stare-down with the floating interface. The question burns in his mind. Why has the system reactivated now, after leaving him in the dark for so long? A sudden realization strikes him like a lightning bolt. Perhaps the missions were never bound to the frozen white snowfields alone. His expression darkens. He begins to suspect that something far more complex, something shadowy and profound, is operating behind the system's gears. Nature mirrors the tension as a thunderstorm breeds chaos outside. That night, Alan and the old man sit in the guild's heavy silence, waiting for destiny to walk through the door. The princess's mind wanders, conjuring images of their savior. What manner of warrior would answer such a dangerous call? She pictures a dashing hero with battle-scarred skin and sharp, noble features. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo. The door creaks open, and Rosa announces the mercenary's arrival. But as the princess turns with hopeful eyes, her blood freezes. Staring back at her is not a knight, but a terrifying, towering giant. Fear overrides her senses, turning her world into a nightmare. The sheer horror of having this monster as a guard is too much, and consciousness abandons her. As she crumples to the floor, Aaron loses his mind. He screams in panic, glaring at our boy and demanding to know what kind of beast has entered the room. Kettle watches the chaos with stoic calm. It has been an age since he last saw humans paralyzed by such raw, primal terror. Unfazed, he asks Rosa if these trembling souls are his employers. She confirms it, formally introducing the Barbarian as their designated shield. The old man explodes with rage and disbelief. He slams his hand down, demanding the guild swap this monster for a proper mercenary immediately. Rosa's expression turns ice cold. She fixes Aaron with a sharp glare, asking if he truly dares to question the guild's professional judgment. Her voice drops to a lethal warning. One more word of doubt will void their contract instantly, leaving them defenseless with nothing but a refund. Terrorized, Aaron backpedals, stammering that he meant no offense. Meanwhile, our boy realizes with a heavy heart that he has once again become a walking nightmare to those he protects. Breaking the tension, the princess struggles to her feet. With shaking resolve, she declares that she accepts the guild's choice. Kettle blinks in mild surprise. She steps forward, masking her fear, and introduces herself, pledging to place her life in his hands. The scene shifts to the dense wilderness. Our boy takes the lead, carving a path while his charges trail significantly far behind. He halts abruptly. Without turning, he warns that the gap between them is too dangerous and suggests they close the distance. Panic flashes across their faces. They quickly deny the fear, forcing out awkward laughter and claiming Aaron has not spotted any threats to justify getting closer to him. Kettle nods, seeing right through their lies, but he decides not to press the issue. If distance keeps them calm, so be it. He resumes his march, maintaining the separation. The princess watches his broad back, her mind drifting to the desperate pact they made. Flashbacks return to that stormy night at the guild. The barbarian had looked them in the eye, demanding absolute trust from this moment forward. His voice was as steady as a mountain. He swore that as long as he drew breath near them, their safety was an absolute certainty. She had nodded then, trembling, but doubt still gnawed at her soul. Was trusting this giant a gamble she would regret? Kettle's deep voice shatters her reverie. He announces that they will set up camp and endure the night right here. He reasons that darkness has swallowed the path, a natural consequence of their late departure. Reluctantly, the pair exchange nervous glances and agree. Kettle observes their skittish behavior. He muses internally on how deep the prejudice runs. The fear of barbarians is etched into their very bones. He turns away, resigning himself to the truth. Breaking down this wall of terror is going to take a very long time. Ignoring the awkward tension, he prepares their shelter. From a magical artifact gifted in the past, he summons a massive tent, planting it firmly on the earth. The princess and the old man freeze, their jaws dropping. The sight of spatial magic leaves them completely flabbergasted. Aaron gasps, unable to process the logic. How could a savage barbarian possess such a high-tier artifact? Kettle calmly explains it was a spoil of war from a previous crusade. The revelation stuns them into silence. Kettle cuts in, noting that he only has one tent, so the two of them must share the space. The princess hesitates, voice trembling. She asks where he intends to sleep if he gives up the shelter. He scoffs softly. Sleeping under the stars is a luxury to him. Compared to the hellish freezing snowfields of his past, this forest feels like paradise. He offers to stand sentinel through the entire night. It's nothing to him. He recalls the frozen month in the snowfields, hunted by monsters, where sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. The girl immediately shuts him down. Despite his reassuring tone, she insists he shouldn't push his body to the limit for their sake. A polite tug-of-war ensues until he finally relents. Still, a pang of regret hits him. This was his calculated move to earn a sliver of their trust, but the truth is far darker. Neither of them dares to close their eyes around him, terrified he might slaughter them in their sleep. Morning light breaks, and the princess stumbles from her tent. She looks like a walking corpse, her rest stolen by the crushing weight of anxiety. She notices the old knight isn't faring any better. He looks drained, and the gnawing pain of hunger is written all over his face. The barbarian catches their fatigue and suddenly asks if they're starving. It's only natural, they haven't had a real meal in ages. He tells them to sit tight. The princess gapes at him, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Did this savage just announce he was going to cook for them? Moments later, the sizzle of oil hits the pan. He moves with practiced ease, prepping ingredients over the crackling fire like a master chef. Aaron and the princess stand frozen like statues. Their minds can't process the image of a hulking barbarian displaying such delicate culinary skill. Horrified curiosity gets the better of the old man. He asks where he learned this art. Our boy shrugs it off as a mere hobby, explaining that in the snowfields, survival meant chugging monster blood and chewing raw flesh. Yet, using those very same nightmare ingredients, he forced himself to learn. He remembers the struggle trying to spark a flame in a frozen hellscape, the desperation to transform wretched beast meat into something edible. After endless failures, he mastered the craft. Now he possesses the arrogant confidence that he can whip up a feast in the depths of hell itself. With a flourish, he presents a plate of shrimp pasta that glistens with perfection. The aroma hits them, leaving the duo completely speechless. It looks divine, but paranoia wins. The girl turns her nose up, claiming she prefers dry food. She pulls out a rock-hard piece of jerky, insisting that's all she needs. Following his liege's lead, the old knight quickly nods, agreeing to suffer through the dry rations alongside her. Our boy tilts his head, genuinely confused. Do these nobles actually enjoy leather for dinner? He shrugs and prepares to feast alone. The princess desperately wants a bite, but her prejudice runs too deep. 3 days of this torture pass. By the third night, she's tossing in her tent, her stomach screaming for mercy. The old knight watches her struggle, his heart heavy with worry for her deteriorating state. 3 days without a warm meal in this harsh wilderness. He curses his own incompetence, realizing how brutal this must be for a delicate flower raised in a palace. Sensing his distress, the princess forces a faint, brave smile. She whispers that she's fine, apologizing for being a burden. He bows his head in shame. A princess should never apologize to her knight for her own suffering. Instead, she turns the concern on him, fiercely asking about his condition, knowing he's barely slept while standing guard. Aaron waves it off, joking that old bones don't sleep much anyway. As she finally drifts off, he watches over her, resolving to trade his life for her safety in a heartbeat. The sun rises on another day of torture. Our boy's already by the fire, the mouth-watering scent of grilling meat and fish filling the air. They sit apart, chewing their flavorless rations like punishment. But for the princess, the tantalizing smell is becoming a test of sanity. She abruptly stands, declaring she needs a moment. The barbarian, lacking all tact, loudly asks if nature is calling. She freezes, her face flushing red. She snaps back, calling him incredibly rude for such a question. Realizing his blunder, he immediately apologizes. This shocks her since, When do savage barbarians understand the concept of remorse? She retreats into the woods to escape the awkwardness. The two men watch her go, the old knight's eyes filled with silent concern. Catching his gaze, our boy speaks calmly. He knows they treat him like a monster, but he reminds Aaron that he is still their sworn escort. As he flips a sizzling steak, he drops a truth bomb. I'm human too. You know, even I have feelings that can be hurt. Aaron is struck dumb, bowing his head in sudden shame. Taking the opening, Kettle extends a plate of perfectly grilled venison towards him. The old man's eyes practically pop out of his skull. The dish looks like it belongs on the table of an imperial banquet, not a campsite. He trembles, torn between duty and appetite. Meanwhile, by the lonely stream, the princess sits in misery, her resolve crumbling. The hunger is a physical assault now. Against her will, she gnaws on the dried meat, trying to fill the void. Her legs shake from malnutrition, her energy is completely spent. She teeters on the edge of collapse but forces her royal pride to hold her up. Thinking of her loyal knight, she steels herself to be strong for him. But when she stumbles back to camp, a sight awaits that shatters her reality. The divide has fallen. The old knight and the barbarian are sitting side by side, feasting on the forbidden meal. The old man is inhaling the grilled meat like a possessed demon, oblivious to the world. She screams his name, her voice trembling with betrayal. Startled out of his food coma, he drops the steak and leaps up in sheer panic, shouting that it's all a big misunderstanding. She doesn't want to hear it. She marches forward, reminding him of their pact never let their guard down, never trust the savage. But Aaron cuts her off. The taste of the food has changed his soul. He argues that perhaps this barbarian isn't the monster they feared. The princess stops dead in her tracks, her loyal knight defending the enemy. Her mind spins in total confusion. Kettle breaks the silence. He tells her to breathe, to relax. He sees right through them, the rejected food. The split watch shifts. It all reeks of one thing: distrust. Aaron hangs his head, guilt gnawing at his conscience. The princess stammers, trying to deny the ugly truth. But her nervousness betrays her. Kettle's mind races. The gap between them is widening. How does he fix a prejudice this deep? He reflects on the stigma. The world fears the frozen wastes. As a warrior born of the white snowfields, he lacks the subtle nuances of their society. But logic dictates one thing. Beyond the snow, his barbarian kin must have committed unspeakable atrocities to earn such visceral hatred. Denying his heritage now would be useless. If he simply claims he is not a barbarian, they will see it as a desperate lie. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes. A cunning smile touches his lips. He steps forward, commanding the room. There has been a misunderstanding. Confusion washes over them as they stare. Kettle stands tall, his voice steady. I am not a barbarian. He is playing a dangerous game of semantics. He clarifies that while his blood may be wild, his upbringing was anything but savage. They are dumbstruck, unable to process his words. Kettle weaves his tale. About 1 week after my birth, my entire tribe was wiped from the map. An adventurer found me. He raised me as his own. Internally, Kettle admits the truth. He is spinning a web of complete fiction on the spot. But he knows the way of the world. Sometimes, a calculated lie acts like the perfect medicine for a fractured bond. Essentially, he claims to be a civilized man wrapped in barbarian skin. As the words sink in, the tension in the princess's shoulders begins to fade. Kettle softens his voice. I know it is hard to accept, but I hope, in time, you will see that I am no different from you. He knows he is spouting absolute nonsense. But the goal is simple: make them drown in their own guilt. It works like a charm. The reality crashes down on the princess. She rejected his kindness, his food, his help, all because of a label. Shame burns across her face like a fever. Her voice trembles as she apologizes, admitting that until this moment, fear had clouded her trust. He does not get angry. Instead, he offers a saintly, gentle smile. It is forgiven. Her relief is palpable, like a heavy weight vanishing into thin air. Kettle suppresses a smirk of victory. Hook, line, and sinker. The guilt makes her vulnerable, pliable. He extends a hand toward her, his gaze warm and inviting. From now on, place your faith in me. She freezes for a heartbeat, then beams and takes his hand. Yes. But unseen in the shadows, a predator watches from the tree line. It is the Tower Master, lurking like a ghost in the foliage. His eye of observation is active, gleaming with magic, but the distance steals their words from his ears. He is baffled. Since when do the frozen wastelands produce such refined, civilized warriors? It defies all logic. The anomaly unsettles him. He decides to creep closer. Bad move. Kettle's instincts scream. He snaps his head directly toward the intruder. The Tower Master freezes. Panic grips his heart. Did that savage actually spot me? The princess senses the sudden shift in the air. What is it? Kettle's voice turns to steel. Stay here. We have company. In a blink, he vanishes. He moves with the speed of a lightning bolt, closing the distance in an instant. He materializes in the air above the trees, a predator dropping on prey. The mage's eyes bulge. He desperately enacts a flame barrier. Useless. The barbarian crashes through the magic like it is made of glass, sending sparks and debris flying into the night. The Tower Master screams internally. Impossible, that shouldn't have happened. That shield could stop a siege weapon, yet it shattered against a fist. The next second, the mighty mage is pinned to the dirt like a common criminal. The barbarian's grip is iron. Try anything stupid, and I snap your neck like a twig. Cornered and terrified, the mage blurts out the first thing that comes to mind. I admire you. Kettle pauses, confused. Me? The man nods frantically. Name? Kettle barks. The mage lies through his teeth. Patrick. My name is Patrick. Kettle hoists him up like a ragdoll, dragging him back to camp. The mage's mind races. Was the legendary Cain this monstrously strong too? Kettle tosses him down before the princess. Caught this rat stalking us. He claims to be an admirer. The princess looks bewildered. The mage scrambles to sell his story. It is true, I have always watched you. I dream of being a strong adventurer. I saw you fighting demons alongside the Inquisitors. You are my hero. A masterclass in deception. The Tower Master simply needed an excuse to study this anomaly without being killed. Kettle narrows his eyes, his gaze piercing. Is that the only reason you trailed us admiration? The Tower Master flashes his most innocent, harmless smile. I simply couldn't help myself. Kettle isn't buying it fully. He can't just release a potential threat. Then, a twisted idea forms. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Here lies one of history's greatest mages, a lich lord in human skin, debasing himself as Patrick just to observe a barbarian. However, fate is about to play a very cruel joke on him. The plan crashes and burns. Patrick now finds himself bound and helpless, kneeling directly before our protagonist. With the prisoner secured tight, the command drops move out. They tear through the forest path, dragging a reluctant Patrick behind them like baggage. Proximity grants clarity. For the first time, he is close enough to scrutinize the barbarian's terrifying physique in detail. Cain's warning suddenly rings true. Kettle exists on a god-tier plane of existence, possessing speed and power capable of shattering magic with brute force alone. A chilling thought strikes him. Is this monster actually a hero-class entity disguised as a mortal? A whisper breaks his focus. The princess calls out to him. He stops, looking back with a calm gaze, and asks if she is finally ready to spill the truth. Shock rattles her core. She realizes with a start that he didn't just suspect he knew everything from the very beginning. Our boy shrugs it off. It wasn't exactly rocket science to figure out they were hiding a massive secret. Yet, he understands the game. Trust is a luxury in this world. Guilt washes over the princess as she apologizes, admitting she is ready to bare her soul. Her fate rests on this confession. Only after hearing her out will he decide whether to continue the mission or abandon it entirely. But before she can speak, he cuts her off. Hostiles inbound. Moments later, armored figures ghost out from the tree line, surrounding them. Recognition flashes in the princess's eyes. She knows these men, and the realization brings pure dread. The leader bows with deadly grace, introducing himself as Knight Commander Lucento Edenheimer. He turns to the girl, claiming they have been hunting desperately to bring her home. But instead of relief, terror grips the princess's face. The commander then drops the bombshell on our boy. The person he is guarding is none other than the first princess of the Luton Kingdom. Kettle demands answers. Why is royalty in the dirt? The commander sighs, explaining that she is a runaway fugitive. Dismissing the barbarian as mere hired muscle, he announces that the knights will take over from here. No. The princess snaps, refusing to move. Her voice turns steel cold as she demands to know exactly who this man is. Confusion ripples through the commander. She clenches her fists, doubling down, forcing him to recite his full name and title. She cuts him off with a scream, I don't know you. She accuses him of being an imposter wearing the real commander's face like a mask. It wasn't just him, her friends, even her own parents. Everyone has been replaced by these strangers. Intrigued by the drama, the Tower Master scans the knight's soul. Is there a monster beneath the armor? The verdict is baffling. The knight is 100% human, which only deepens the mystery. Hysteria takes over. She screams that he intends to devour her to conquer the kingdom. The commander stands like a statue, watching her crumble. He turns to his men, his voice heavy with pity. The princess has completely lost her mind. Rage flares within her, but his logic cuts deep. Does she really believe the whole world changed, leaving only her as the sane one? Silence chokes her. She has no answer. The commander extends a hand, offering a return to safety and order. Frozen in fear, her mind screams, "It cannot end like this. Not here." Suddenly, a massive shadow interposes. Our boy steps between them. The commander snarls a warning, but the barbarian stands his ground with a respectful refusal. Diplomacy fails. The commander charges, but our boy snatches him by the helmet and hurls him back like a tennis ball. Jaws drop. The other knights stare in paralyzed horror at the fate of their invincible leader. The barbarian shrugs. He is simply protecting his client. In the mercenary world, that is absolute justice. Unbelievably, the commander rises, dusting himself off. He challenges the barbarian. Does he actually believe the girl's delusions? "I am a mercenary," he grins. "I believe the one who pays me." Those words hit the princess harder than any spell. The commander scoffs. It seems madness is contagious today. Our boy's smile turns predatory. "You're one to talk." He turns to the princess. Revealing the glitch, the knights appeared with zero presence. No sound, no footprints. They simply manifested from thin air like ghosts. Even the Tower Master missed it. Our boy stares them down, demanding an explanation for their phantom arrival. The commander dodges the question completely. His eyes lock onto the girl. They are taking her, and that is final. Silence is an admission. The barbarian realizes they have no answer and declares he will escort her to the kingdom of Denyon personally. Tears prick the princess's eyes. In her own castle, she was silenced. Here, a stranger stands as her shield. The commander sighs. Words have lost their value. Only steel remains now. Kettle recognizes the shift in pressure. He orders everyone back. These aren't foot soldiers, they are the kingdom's apex predators. Blades are drawn, and killing intent floods the clearing. Yet, the barbarian just stands there with a savage grin. The Tower Master analyzes the board. The pawns wield mystic arts. But the king piece, he is a monster of the highest caliber. With a sudden roar, the order is given, the knights surge forward, killing intent blazing in their eyes like a storm. Yet, our barbarian stands immovable as a mountain, with bare hands alone. He begins to crush the steel wave crashing against him. Each punch unleashes a shockwave, blasting the armored soldiers back with devastating area damage, even witnessing his men tossed aside like ragdolls. The commander screams for the next wave to charge. This time, the barbarian seizes two knights by their helms, he spins them like human flails, smashing their comrades in a brutal whirlwind of destruction. But in the chaos, a shadow moves, the knight commander seizes the opening, creeping up from the barbarian's blind spot. The princess screams a desperate warning, but to her absolute shock, he reacts with godlike speed, like a beast of legend. He catches the blade with his teeth and shatters the steel. Witnessing this monstrosity, the commander's spirit breaks, he makes the only logical choice and frantically orders a full retreat. As the dust settles, the princess rushes to his side, voice trembling with concern. He assures her he is unscathed and vows once more to see their contract through to the end. But first, he demands the truth behind this madness. With a heavy sigh, the princess relents, ready to unveil the dark secrets of her kingdom. As they return to the tent, the Tower Master's mind races, fixated on the nature of aura. He knows aura is the physical form of mysticism itself. A power supreme enough to shear through steel like paper and sever magic weaves. By all laws of this world, absolutely nothing should be able to simply nullify it. Yet, reality just shattered before his eyes. A mere barbarian caught an aura blade with his bare teeth, and his skin bears not a single scratch. The group settles by the crackling fire. The barbarian's gaze hardens as he demands the full story of their escape. The old man begins a chilling tale. Their kingdom has not been conquered, but replaced by something entirely inhuman. By the time he and the princess sensed the anomaly, the kingdom had already fallen silently into the abyss. Kettle asks if this terror drove them away, / Aaron admits the grim truth. Staying meant being erased and replaced, just like the others. His voice shakes as he reveals the distortion began exactly 1 year ago, / hearing that specific time frame. Kettle's expression shifts sharply. Could this be mere coincidence, / it echoes the warning he received from the Inquisitor during his previous mission? She spoke of dungeons twisting into abnormalities and alien entities invading their reality. And just like this kingdom's fall, it all began 1 year ago. He had dismissed it then, / but the memories resurface, matching the strange rumors he heard from a wanderer in the frozen snowfields. His internal monologue is cut short as the old man continues his grim narration. Once they sensed the wrongness, they commanded the court mages to investigate, / yet no magical trace could be found. The only change was the people themselves. / when Kettle presses for details, the old man looks down, struggling to articulate the horror. It was an instinctual revulsion, / everything about those replaced humans felt so wrong, unbearable. Even though they spoke and moved perfectly, Kettle asks if it was merely a gut feeling. The old man nods, / he too doubted the princess at first, until the nightmare unfolded right before his eyes. As the overseer of the castle servants, he knew them well, / especially a timid young maid named Cassie. She was a fragile soul, terrified of mere ghost stories. / but one day, that fear simply vanished. At first, he dismissed it as maturity, / people grow, after all. But the truth revealed itself soon after. / Cassie's greatest fear was cleaning the heavy statues, always terrified they would crush her fragile frame. Then, the unthinkable happened. / a massive statue toppled directly towards her, and she dodged with eerie precision. She did not tremble. She did not cry. / her only concern was the punishment for the mess. In that moment, the truth struck him cold. / the thing standing there was not Cassie. / despite the perfect mimicry, the soul inside was entirely alien. He began testing the others in the castle. / to his horror, the infection had spread. Most had already been replaced. That is why they ran into the night. / terrified that if they slept, they too would wake up as hollow shells. Kettle frowns, confused. / why journey all the way to the Dinian kingdom when other sanctuaries exist? The princess reveals their secret weapon. / the king of Dinian holds the power of the human declaration. / in the ancient era, humanity coexisted with other races. But one man sought a pure sanctuary. / he beseeched an unknown god to grant his wish for a kingdom of humans alone. The deity answered. / he was granted the divine eye to distinguish human from monster, becoming the founder of Dinian. That holy power flows through his descendants' veins. / even now, they can see the truth hidden beneath the skin. Kettle grins, amused. / so such convenient magic truly exists in this chaotic world. It is the perfect plan to expose the imposters. / the princess glances at him anxiously, but he waves it off. / the mission changes, but the contract remains ironclad. Relief floods her eyes. / with a bowed head, she offers him her deepest gratitude. She gazes into his eyes, promising to grant his heart's desire anything he demands once this deadly mission concludes. A predatory grin spreads across the barbarian's face. He is already savoring the reward. / however, the old man watching them does not share his enthusiasm. Fear flickers in his gaze. Night falls, and silence claims the camp as the others drift into slumber. Alone by the fire, the Tower Master confronts our protagonist, asking the heavy question, does he truly trust the princess's words? He shrugs. Admitting certainty is a luxury he does not have, but the possibility remains. / then, the Tower Master drops a bombshell. Those monsters he slaughtered, they were human knights. But our boy does not flinch. He already knew. / the reality is far grimmer by spilling their blood. He has not just killed soldiers, he has declared war on an entire nation. Even if the princess keeps her vow, the consequences are closing in like a noose. / simply involving himself in this chaos might cost him far more than he bargained for. The old mage presses harder. Did he really accept a death warrant just to play bodyguard? / a heavy silence hangs in the air before our boy stands up, his shadow looming large. He confesses this was never just about the job. A wild light dances in his eyes. / to him, missing out on a story this chaotic and thrilling would be the true tragedy. He is here for the entertainment. Cold sweat trickles down the Tower Master's spine as the terrifying truth hits him. / this is not war, and it is not duty. To this beast in human skin, their life or death struggle is nothing more than a game,